Chapter 198. Here, everyone, gather around Teacher Little Rabbit. In front of the school gate, Teacher Little Rabbit, who was still in her maid outfit with a pair of rabbit ears, waved her hands in an extremely exaggerated manner, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't see her. Those who didn't know would think that she was standing at the edge of a cliff, waving her arms with all her might, as if she was about to fall. It was very comical. However, with such a conspicuous target, the group of students didn't have to worry about not being able to find a place to gather. One by one, they ran over from not far away and lined up in front of Teacher Little Rabbit. At this time, whether male or female, all of them had changed into gym clothes that were convenient for exercise. Noah, who was standing at the edge of the team, was frowning because of his gymnastics attire. When he sensed the curious gazes from all directions from time to time, he couldn't help but hold his left hand with his right hand and hide his left hand behind his back. It couldn't be helped. Noah's left hand was very eye-catching. It wasn't a big deal, but Noah's entire left hand, starting from his shoulder to his wrist and even the back of his hand, was tightly wrapped in white bandages. Seeing Noah's left hand wrapped in white bandages, which couldn't be hidden because he was wearing a short-sleeved gymnastics suit, the surrounding students cast curious glances at Noah's hand. "What happened to your hand?" Standing beside Noah, Ivan also sized up Noah's bandaged left hand and asked, "Did you get hurt?" Standing on the other side of Noah, Julie also cast a concerned gaze. A pair of deep red eyes stared straight at Noah. Although there wasn't much emotion in them, there was a trace of doubt surging in them. Obviously, Julie was also concerned about this problem. It wasn't just Ivan and Julie. Orange Bar and Sway Gallia, who he had just met last night, were also around Noah. Although studying in this kind of school means that you're already prepared to get hurt, with the enhanced recovery of a surpasser, injuries will heal faster. However, if there's a problem, it's better to ask for leave. Orange Bar came closer and suggested, "How about it? Do you need me to help you ask for leave from Teacher Little Rabbit? You're all worrying too much." Noah helplessly shook his head. He didn't hide it anymore and directly raised his hand that was wrapped in bandages from the cuffs to the back of his left hand with a nostalgic smile. "This is an injury from a long time ago. It's healed long ago, but because it left a scar, it doesn't look too good, so I wrapped it up. When he was young, in a conflict with the Phantom Lord during his first mission, in order to save Alusha, Noah had used his body to block the attack of the Phantom Lord's sorcerer and was severely injured of him. That injury eventually healed, but the scar remained on Noah's arm and accompanied him for many years. For a long time, Noah appeared in people's sight wearing long-sleeved clothes and a jacket. So basically, no one noticed that Noah's hand was always wrapped in bandages to hide the scar. But this time, after changing into a gym suit, there was no way to hide it. On the side, Julie tilted her head and looked at Noah. "Are you okay?" Looking at Julie, who looked up at him like a small animal, Noah stroked her head with a relaxed expression on his face. "It's okay, don't worry." Feeling the big hand stroking her head, the ahog on Julie's head suddenly shook. Even though her face was still expressionless, her good mood was clearly felt by the people around her. Ivan glanced at Noah, then glanced at Julie, and then put his face in front of Noah with a meaningful look. "When did your relationship with Julie become so good?" "Good?" The hand stroking Julie's head didn't stop, and Noah tilted his head in puzzlement. "Very good?" Ivan's eyes were half closed, and he smiled lazily. "Didn't you notice it?" Noah and Julie looked at each other and shook their heads, making Ivan speechless. "Is everyone here?" At this time, Teacher Little Rabbit's refreshing voice sounded. Then, the content of today's first lesson is physical enhancement. Physical enhancement. The students present were startled and looked at each other. "That's right. It's physical enhancement." Teacher Little Rabbit jumped up and down and began to explain. Everyone knows that the Daybreak Star tattoo can strengthen one's body through something similar to multiplication. Of course, the more the surpasser who has the Daybreak Star tattoo implanted in their body, the better the effects will be, right? The expressions of the students were a little relieved as they nodded. Using the previous example, all of the students who had just become surpassers were only at 1 in all aspects of their physical abilities. Some of them were even below 1 in terms of physical strength, endurance, strength, reflexes, and speed. Then, under such circumstances, even with the enhancement of level 1 multiplied by 10, at most, the physical ability in that area would only be 10 or even less than 10. However, if the student's physical abilities could be trained from level 1 to level 2 or level 3, then after multiplying by level 1 by level 10, even if the Daybreak Star Rune hadn't been upgraded, it would still be able to reach level 20 or level 30. Apart from the normal lessons that the students had to go through, Haoling Academy's combat training was of the utmost importance. However, physical enhancement and training were also included. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the Daybreak Star Tattoo's great enhancement effect? Therefore, we first have to start with the most basic physical training. After that, we will continue to train everyone's strength, speed, agility, reflexes, and even the body's ability to resist attacks. Of course, there's also our most important combat training course. Teacher Little Rabbit nodded with a face full of joy. So, what we need to do today is the most basic physical enhancement, which is running. When they heard the word running, many of the students showed blatant rejection. However, if they wanted to increase their physical strength, the simplest, most direct, and most effective method was undoubtedly running. Noah, who had gone through many years of training his physical abilities, could attest to this point. Therefore, Noah was concerned about another aspect. It's just running? As soon as he spoke, Noah gathered the attention of all the students around him. Oh, as expected of an exception. You asked so directly, but it's good to ask. Teacher Little Rabbit giggled and pointed the baton in her hand at Noah, throwing a flirtatious glance. No matter what, the academy was built to train your combat skills. It's the same even if it's just running. Therefore, there are special rules here. After saying this, Teacher Little Rabbit opened her hand as if to say long live and pulled open a piece of cloth that had been in her hand at some unknown time. There was only one word written on the cloth. Running? That's right, it's running. Teacher Little Rabbit seemed to be excited as she jumped up. First of all, everyone will run 10 laps around the entire academy. The first to complete 10 laps will be considered to have completed the task. However, in the process of running, if you see someone in your field of vision, Teacher Little Rabbit's smile became even more brilliant, and she spat out words that made people shudder. Don't be shy, just fight your way up. Fight! Many people cried out in surprise. Wait, teacher! Orange Bar raised his hand and stepped forward. In other words, we have to fight the people around us while running, right? That's right. Teacher Little Rabbit smiled cutely. The rules are very simple. As long as you don't use blaze, you can use any other means. After saying this, Teacher Little Rabbit did not give anyone a chance to ask questions. She jumped to the side and took out a colored firecracker. Then, get ready, begin. Following Teacher Little Rabbit's words, with a pop sound, the sound of the colored firecracker reverberated. The group of students first looked at each other, then immediately rushed out like a fish scampering outside. Chapter 199. Haewa Dash. Hearing the cold shouts and loud shouts of the students fighting behind him, Noah, who was running alone in a forest path, looked around and couldn't help but feel speechless. Now, there wasn't even a single person beside Noah, because as soon as he started running, before Noah could run too far, the students who ran out of the school gate with Noah immediately scurried away as if they had met the god of plague. Not long after, they all ran away without a trace. Obviously, no matter what, Noah's classmates were not willing to appear in Noah's field of vision and become Noah's opponents. After all, even the level 3 school teacher wasn't a match for Noah, who only displayed the strength of an ordinary person. These were only level 1 students who had just started training. How could they want to fight with Noah? With this mentality, as soon as they started running, the people around Noah all ran away without a trace. Of course, it wasn't that all the students didn't want to fight with Noah. No matter what, these students were still young and vigorous boys and girls. There were also some who weren't convinced by Noah or who wanted to prove their strength by defeating Noah. In the end, The dream was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. How could these children, who were just ordinary middle school students before the daybreak star rune, be a match for Noah? As a result, the students who rushed towards Noah in a burst of Ha'ia, filled with vigor, were all kicked away by Noah in the next second in a burst of wah-wah, even louder screams. With the strengthening of the daybreak star rune, presumably, Noah's kick would at most make these students feel a bit of pain and wouldn't cause them any injuries. Noah knew that in his class, there were people like Ivanley who had experience in learning swordsmanship and other martial arts. There were even people like Orange Bar who belonged to a certain school of martial arts. In the future, these people would become the leaders of this batch of surpassers. These people would definitely be like Orange Bar, challenging Noah because of his outstanding battle prowess and skills. They would attempt to continuously improve themselves by challenging the strong. Therefore, Noah was always prepared to deal with the sudden appearance of these people. Noah guessed that these students weren't like the students who didn't dare to challenge Noah. They were afraid of appearing in Noah's field of vision, and they were also afraid that Noah would catch up to them and attack them if they ran in front. Therefore, they deliberately fell behind and ran at the back. They must have deliberately sped up and ran to the front, preparing to use the advantageous terrain to launch an attack on Noah. The school was surrounded by sand dunes, mud fields, and wild forests. Different combat styles would also be affected by the terrain. When Noah ran to the terrain that others were good at, he should be able to meet the real challengers, right? Rustle. Just as Noah was thinking about this, the trees that were used to optimize the scenery suddenly shook and made a sound. Noah stopped in his tracks. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out from behind the shaking trees, like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey. With the sound of the wind, he swung his fist and hammered Noah's body, landing on Noah's body. However, before the attacker could rejoice, his opponent's entire body directly passed through Noah's figure, and the punch landed on empty air. It's actually an afterimage. The attacker's face changed. However, in the next moment, with a pa sound, the attacker felt that his foot was tightly grabbed by a strong palm before it could land on the ground. Oh no! Sensing the danger, the attacker immediately wanted to twist his body and break free from the hand that was grabbing his foot. Too slow. Unfortunately, Noah didn't give the attacker a chance to react. With a strong pull, he pulled the attacker in front of him, clenched his fist, and raised it above his head. Hiya! But just as Noah was about to punch his opponent, another figure suddenly flew out and fell from the sky. As he shouted, he threw a fierce punch towards Noah's body. Noah's fist immediately stopped. He raised his eyebrows and didn't continue to attack. He pulled the attacker's foot and threw the person in his hand out. Moreover, he threw the person in the direction of the other attacker. As a result, the two attackers suddenly collided with each other. Bang! In a muffled sound, two muffled groans were also heard. The two attackers followed the gravitational pull and fell from the air. When they were halfway down, they adjusted their bodies and staggered as they landed on the ground, stabilizing their bodies. Only then did Noah see the full appearance of the two attackers. The first attacker was a short boy who wore a pair of glasses on his face. His eyes were quite fierce, and even his face looked fierce. He gave people a feeling that he was deliberately pretending to be fierce. The second attacker was a taller boy. Compared to the first attacker, he was slightly kinder. However, he exuded a different kind of presence that couldn't be ignored. These two were also Noah's classmates. He remembered that the short boy with glasses was called Oki Hokusaki. The other boy looked quite inconspicuous, but he exuded a presence that couldn't be ignored. If Noah remembered correctly, his name seemed to be Jushu Totaru. Noah, who subconsciously called out the latter's name, narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Jushu Totaru covered his abdomen that was hurt when Oki Hokusaki was thrown onto him. There was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his laughter. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Idiot. Idiot. The boy named Oki Hokusaki covered his head that hit Jushu Totaru's abdomen and mercilessly scolded his companion. Who told you to shout so loudly when you attacked? It would be strange if others didn't react in time. If I had shouted first, wouldn't they have let go of little tiger? Jushu Totoro stood up. He seemed to be used to his companion's insults and didn't care at all. Actually, they did let go of little tiger. But we also embarrassed ourselves. Okihokusaki stood up and snorted coldly. Why did I become a temporary tripping double blade with an idiot like you? Because we sat together that day, Jushu Totoro retorted. Then, a pair of bright eyes stared at Noah. If that's the case, then I won't say much. Little tiger, do you want to continue? Of course. Okihokusaki pushed his glasses and also stared at Noah. No matter who the opponent is, I won't lose. Despite his words, Okihokusaki's face was full of seriousness. Obviously, he didn't think that he was invincible. Jushu Totoro, on the other hand, looked at Noah with a different expression. It was an emotion that seemed like interest, but also like mutual appreciation. Noah, who saw Jushu Totoro's gaze, was puzzled. His face curled into a smile. Jushu Totoro, Okihokusaki, don't you think the way you greet each other is a little lacking? No, you're wrong. Jushu Totoro's gaze never left Noah. His body was tense and vigilant. We came here only after careful consideration. That's right. Okihokusaki assumed an attacking posture and stared at Noah like a tiger eyeing its prey. To defeat you here. Is that so? Compared to Jushu Totoro and Okihokusaki, who were extremely vigilant, Noah's posture was very casual. Even his voice sounded very relaxed. Then go ahead and try attacking me. Hearing this, Jushu Totoro and Okihokusaki didn't say anything, but their expressions became more and more serious. Hey, Totoro! Okihokusaki's body became more and more tense, and his voice trembled. Did you notice? Yes. A drop of sweat slid down Totoro's cheek, and he put on a brave smile. I can't find any flaws at all. What's wrong? Opposite him, Noah suddenly smiled. If you're not going to attack, then I'll go first. Jushu Totoro and Okihokusaki's expressions became tense at the same time. They glanced at each other, and in the next second, they made the same decision. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Stomp dash. With a violent stomp, Jushu Totoro and Okihokusaki pressed their bodies and rushed forward. Chapter 200. As the two voices overlapped, two figures threw themselves at Noah like a gust of wind. Noah's body didn't move at all. The wind blew on his face, and his bangs swayed, revealing his deep and bright, dark eyes. Bang! As soon as he shouted, a gust of wind rose. Ninefold Toru and Yuta Tokusaki, who were charging at Noah with a ferocious momentum, suddenly stomped on the ground. One dodged to the left, the other dodged to the right, and the other rushed to the left. Then, they turned in a half-arc and attacked Noah's side. Noah's eyes flashed. In the next moment, his body took a big step back without warning. Whoosh! Just as Noah's body took a step back, a palm wrapped in strong wind brushed past him and fell on his previous position. From the cold roar, Noah recognized Kukui's voice. In the next moment, Kukui, who had just hit Noah with his palm, arrived in front of Noah. He quickly took two strange steps, and his body turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards Noah again. Facing Oki, who was pouncing on him, Noah merely smiled. As his feet landed on the ground, a crisp sound rang out from the soles of his feet. With a push, Noah's body was directly pushed out, dodging Oki, who was pouncing on him like a real tiger. Don't forget about me. Just as Noah's body steadied, a loud roar came from behind him. With the sound of wind, it rushed towards Noah's direction. Noah's expression didn't change. His right foot touched the ground lightly again, and his toes quickly slid along the road. He narrowly dodged the punch coming from behind. The attacker was Ninefold Tuyu. Together with Akari Tokusaki, Ninefold Toru and Akari Tokusaki were able to display a decent level of teamwork. Sometimes they would take the front and the back. Sometimes they would take the left and the right. Sometimes they would charge at the same time, and sometimes they would pass each other. Looking at the tacit cooperation between Kuju Toriu and Oe Hokusaki, these two were obviously not like Noah, Ivanli, and Julie. They only met yesterday when they entered the school. Therefore, Noah felt that Ninefold Tu and Kukui must have known each other for a long time before they entered the school. Moreover, they were obviously trained together and even had the same style. Then, there was only one answer. Not only did Ninefold Tu and Kukui know each other before they entered the school, but it was very likely that they practiced martial arts together. In this way, the problem of Ninefold Tu and Kukui having the same style and skill was solved. If it was someone else, even if they could deal with the pincer attack of these two people, it would be extremely difficult. Unfortunately, Ninefold Tu and Kukui's opponent was Noah. Even if Noah, Kyuhei, Totaru, and Kukui Totaru all had the same degree of body strengthening, and Noah deliberately used his ability to limit all aspects of his strength to the level of an ordinary level I, his combat experience and combat skills were not something that Kyuhei, Totaru, and Kukui Totaru could compare to. What's more, Noah's sensing ability had covered almost all the surrounding areas. As long as there was even the slightest movement, Noah would be able to detect it. Therefore, even if Ninefold Tu and Kukui's coordinated attacks were fierce and had the effect of confusing the opponent, it was still ineffective under Noah's inhuman sensing ability. In other words, Ninefold Tu and Kukui's every move was clearly projected in Noah's mind. In this case, if they wanted to hit Noah, even a level 3 graduate who had trained in this school for 3 years could not do it. Even if Ninefold Tu and Kukui were martial artists, they were still only level I. Want to hit Noah? Easier said than done. This guy is really strong. After several consecutive coordinated attacks, Noah managed to escape danger by a hair's breadth. Ninefold Tu's face gradually became dignified. He clenched his teeth, and his speed increased a lot. With a shio sound, he turned into an afterimage and shot straight at Noah, who, however, Noah once again dodged Ninefold Tu's attack with a strange arc that ordinary people would not be able to predict. Here, Kukui also overdrew his physical strength to increase his speed. He lowered his body and suddenly pounced. In the end, he still pounced on empty air. On a forest road that was full of trees, the confrontation was getting more and more intense. Ninefold Tu and Kukui's speed had increased to the point that every time they moved, there would be a gust of wind. People with poor eyesight would not be able to follow their movements. However, even so, the young man in the gymnastics suit still had a calm smile in his eyes. Occasionally, he would take a step forward, move back, tilt to the side, and rotate. Every time he moved, he would be able to dodge the attacks of the Ninefold Toru and Tokusaki Koei. Over time, Kuju Tu and Yuji Hokusaki discovered a fact with some fear. From the beginning of the confrontation to now, Noah had not moved more than 1 meter from his original position. You bastard! Suddenly, Kukui's face turned blue. With a bang, he fiercely stomped on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Like a whirlwind, he glided around Noah in an arc like lightning and rushed toward Noah, who was in the center. If one were to look down from above, it would seem like Kuei Tokusaki was sprinting in a circle with Noah as the center. The speed of his sprint brought up a cloud of smoke and dust, like volcanic ash erupting from an erupting volcano, surrounding Noah in the middle. As for Kukui himself, when the dust was enough to cover Noah's entire field of vision, he swooped down, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched the black shadow in the center, which was covered by the dust. You actually came up with such a trick. You're quite capable. Noah's surprised voice reverberated in the cloud of dust and entered Akui Tokusaki's ears. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. After saying that, Kukui, who was rushing toward the black shadow in the center, intended to give his opponent a full blow, saw it. Pucci, as if something was broken, in a tearing sound, a hand flashed out from the black shadow covered by the dust like a ghost and turned into a palm. It brushed past Kukui's fist and gently pressed on Kukui's chest like a leaf floating slowly. Don't! Undoubtedly, the palm seemed to be very light, But the moment it fell on Kukui's body, a dull explosion was heard, as if it came from Kukui's body. Gua! At the same time, Kukui felt an indescribable force hit his chest, causing him to groan. His body flew backward, as if he had been hit by a truck. However, Kukui, who was hit by Noah, showed a triumphant smile. Whoosh! Immediately, another figure appeared from the opposite direction. It seemed that it had discussed with Kukui, who had just been sent flying out of the smoke, and it went into the smoke. In a flash, it appeared in front of Noah. It's over. In a violent roar, Ninefold Totoro raised his head, revealing a determined face. Like a longbow that had been pulled to its limit, he pulled a fist behind his back. Then, a scene that surprised Noah appeared. Buzz! He pulled the 9-layer penetrations behind him like a bow that was pulled to its limit. Specks of light flickered around his fist and converged on the 9-layer penetrations. Finally, they condensed into a golden vortex. Hiya! In an instant, Ninefold Torrent let out a loud roar. His fist, which was condensed with a golden vortex, was like a shooting star that disappeared in a flash. Amidst a dull explosion, it landed heavily on Noah's body, who had a surprised expression on his face. In the area shrouded in smoke and dust, a brilliant golden light flashed. Bang! Amidst the sound of the explosion, a storm-like impact wind swept out from the smoke and dust, blowing away all the smoke and dust that shrouded the area. However, it brought along an even denser and more violent smoke and dust, which mixed with the randomly spreading airflow, blew in all directions. Dawn! The ground suddenly shook, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Gravel flew into the sky. Chapter 201. Boom! It was as if a missile had hit the ground. In the midst of the explosion, a violent gust of wind brought countless gravel and dust into the air. The ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding trees seemed to have encountered a storm. The treetops shook violently, and leaves were blown away from the trees as if they were worthless. Along with the expanding gust of wind, the leaves were blown away in all directions. The gravel was falling from the sky. Not far away, Kawhi could only raise his arms to block in front of his body. His body was hit by the gravel of various sizes, and his body was also covered in dust due to the gust of wind. After a long time, Akui Tokisaki slowly lowered the arm in front of his face. He struggled to raise his head with his glasses and looked in front of him. At the spot where Noah was supposed to be standing, a hole with a diameter of at least 4 to 5 meters had replaced the original intact ground. Gravel kept rolling down from the inside of the hole. Ninefold Totoro was standing in the center of the hole, kneeling on one knee. One of his fists was still on the ground, which proved that he was the one who launched the attack. Kawhi covered his chest and stood up from the ground. He looked in the direction of Ninefold Totoro with cold sweat dripping down his face. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. That guy, when did he learn this move? Ugh. Ninefold Totoro, who was in the center of the hole, raised his hand that was dripping with blood due to the cracked skin. His other hand was tightly hugging it, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. Sure enough, even if I become a surpasser, the burden of this move is still very heavy. Kawhi, who was immersed in the power of Ninefold Totoro's inexplicable attack, quickly realized that something was wrong and woke up with a start. That's not right. Where's that guy? Ninefold Totoro, who was hugging his arm with a painful expression, narrowed his eyes and was shocked. Although the power of this attack was indeed extraordinary, even if it was extremely powerful, this attack was still not enough to shatter a person's body into pieces. Not even a corpse could be seen. Then, where did Noah go? This answer was quickly answered. Not bad. As this voice sounded, Kuju Totoro and Kwai Totoro raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a sound that had not yet dissipated from the edge of the deep crater that had been created by his fist in front of the 9-layer penetrations. Not long after, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Noah, who was a little dirty, appeared in front of Toru Yujue and Hakui Totoro. His figure looked very haggard, but there were almost no injuries on his body. Looking at Noah's position, How could Totoro and Totoro not know what had happened? Under the protection of Ugi Hokusaki, the sure-kill punch of ninefold torrent mist. In other words, at the critical moment, Noah dodged ninefold Totoro's sure-kill attack. By opening and closing your body to the limit and concentrating all your strength on one point in your fist, using the fastest speed and the shortest path to throw this punch. At the moment when the punch hits the limit of the distance that the fist can reach, all the strength gathered in the fist will be released in an explosive manner. The real purpose of this attack should be to create a shockwave, not to throw out your full strength punch. That's why the power is so great. Under the gaze of Kuju Totoro and Yuta Totoro in disbelief, Noah patted his dirty clothes and looked at Kuju Totoro with a smile. Am I right? You dodged it? Kuju Totoro opened his mouth and finally revealed a bitter smile. Not only did you dodge it, but you also saw through the true purpose of my attack. Who are you? The principle behind your attack isn't very difficult. It's just like how people who practice swordsmanship all year round can unleash sword waves and slash through the air when they reach the pinnacle. Similarly, punches can also unleash shockwaves. It's just that your attack has strengthened this feature to the limit. Noah lowered his head and looked at his hand. If it's a person who has trained his body and skills to the extreme. Saying this, Noah fiercely clenched his fist. Like a longbow that was pulled to the limit, he instantly pulled his clenched fist behind his back. Wong! The power condensed from the fist shook the atmosphere and rolled up a small impact. The small impact turned into solid light spots and gathered on Noah's fist. Originally, at this point, as long as the power was perfectly controlled and the fist was thrown in the shortest path and the fastest speed, the small impact and huge force gathered on the fist would hit the space in front of the fist, causing a bigger impact and forming a real shockwave that spread out. In this way, the sure-kill punch of Kuju Totoro would be perfectly reproduced. Unfortunately, Noah could not reproduce the sure-kill punch of Kuju Totoro. Bang! In the next moment, the condensed impact on Noah's fist and the condensed power on the fist suddenly lost balance, causing the small impact of the light spots on Noah's fist to dissipate with a muffled sound. Sure enough, even if I know the principle and how to use it, I can't use this move if I don't find the specific way to control the power. Noah frowned and clenched his fist, but his expression soon relaxed. It seems that I still need to practice for a period of time before I can use this move. Noah, who was saying this, did not see that the expression of Kuju Totoro had changed from disbelief to disbelief and was quickly replaced by complete shock. In order to learn this move, Kuju Totoro had spent almost 2 years before he finally mastered it completely. And now, Noah had only seen it once, and after deducing the principle and method of using it, he had almost succeeded. The only difference was that he had not practiced it and did not know when to control the power, to what extent. What a terrifying person. Kuju Totoro took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He hugged his arms, stood up, looked at Noah, and sighed. This move is quite a burden on the body, especially the arm. Even now that I've become a surpasser, I feel that using it twice is the limit. If you use a third time, I'm afraid that your body will become immobile. If you want to practice this move, it's best to allocate the number of practice times and practice time. Otherwise, your body will definitely collapse. You have to be careful. Hearing this, Noah was slightly startled and then laughed. I secretly learned your move, and you're giving me advice? Aren't you too nice? Really, what the hell are you doing? Kuju Totoro, who came to Kuju Totoro's side, also complained. This guy is now an enemy. Can't you give advice after class? Hearing this, Noah was happy again. Didn't that mean that he gave advice without objection? Although their personalities were different, Kuju Totoro and Kuju Totoro were unexpectedly good people. Do you guys still want to fight? Noah, who had a good impression of Kuju Totoro and Kuju Totoro, did not pursue the victory. Instead, he shrugged at them. I think that at this time, the winner has already been decided, and the right choice is to continue running. Otherwise, if your injuries are really serious, you won't be able to complete the task of running 10 laps. You bastard! Are you trying to make us surrender? Kuju Totoro roared with a fierce face. I won't let you win that easily. Well, little tiger, I think that Noah is right. Kuju Totoro advised. We still have 10 laps to run. If we continue, not only will we exhaust our energy, but our injuries will also worsen. If that's the case, we won't be able to complete the task. Oomph. Kuju Totoro's eyes flickered for a moment, as if he had found a way out, and turned his head away. Noah, who saw the interaction between the two of them, laughed involuntarily. He turned around and waved his hand to the two of them. Well then, I'll go first. Let's fight again next time. Without giving them a chance to speak, Noah ran away, leaving Kuju Totoro and Kuju Totoro staring at each other. Kuju Totoro raised the fist that he had just thrown out, looked at it, and clenched it tightly. I also need to become stronger. Chapter 202. Ha! 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 Amidst the panting, students arrived at the school gate one after another, wearing tattered or dirty gym clothes. After completing the task of running 10 laps around the school, they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Not long after, Orange Bar, Ivanley, and Julie appeared together. As they ran towards the school gate, they panted heavily. When they reached the finish line, they crouched down and pressed their hands on their knees. Their faces were pale as they panted. One lap around the school was about 4 kilometers long. 10 laps would be 40 kilometers. If it wasn't for the strengthening effect of the Daybreak Star rune, with a girl's physical strength, she would have probably fainted long ago. On the other hand, Orange Bar, Ivanley, and Julie were still able to hold on without collapsing. Compared to the boys around them who had collapsed, they were in a much better state. Just as Orange Bar, Ivanley, and Julie were about to catch their breaths, a can of beverage appeared in front of Ivanley and Julie at the same time and entered their eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Ivanley, Julie. Noah placed the drinks in front of the two girls and opened the bottle. He tried his best to soften his tone as he spoke slowly. Come on, drink them. Noah. Noah? Ivan only had time to confirm who it was before his hand involuntarily reached for the drink in front of him and drank it. Thank you very much. Julie's little face was flushed from the strenuous exercise. While the bell on her head was ringing, she first thanked Noah, then took the drink and drank it sip by sip. Orange, this is yours. After Ivan and Julie finished their drinks, Noah handed another can to Orange Bar. You should drink it too. Thank you. Orange Bar was startled. He didn't expect himself to have one. After he recovered, he smiled gratefully and took the drink. The three girls drank their drinks hurriedly. Their gym clothes were soaked in sweat and stuck tightly to their bodies. Each of them had their own merits. After a while, Ivanley breathed out heavily without caring about his image. I'm finally alive. I thought I was dead for sure. Hey, are you okay? Noah shook his head with a smile. Pull yourself together. There's still 3 years to go. If you like this on the first day, how are you going to survive the rest? Speaking of this, Noah looked at Julie, who was still slightly out of breath. By the way, how did the three of you end up together? If they saw others while running, they could attack them. This was an additional rule for this long-distance race. However, Orange Bar, Ivan, and Julie ran back to the finish line together. Clearly, although they had met each other, they did not fight. This was Ivanley's idea, Julie answered honestly. The three of us formed an alliance to deal with others and complete the 10 laps mission. After all, us girls are different from you guys. In terms of pure physical strength, we're definitely weaker. Orange Bar nodded in response to Noah's question. So, in order to avoid wasting unnecessary energy and time, we ran back together when we met Ivanley and Julie. Noah was relieved. Even if Ivanley had learned the way of the sword and Orange Bar was a master of the 18 arts of Orange Flow, they were still inferior to the boys in terms of pure physical strength. As for Julie, Noah hadn't seen her true strength. But thinking about it, her petite body couldn't have stored much physical strength. Of course, even though that was the case, other than the boys, Juba, Ivanley, and Julie were the first girls to reach the finish line and complete 10 laps. Even if the boys were included, the three of them were still in the top 10. This was already considered very fast and had good stamina. After this long run, I finally know how powerful the Daybreak Star tattoo is. Ivanley said with a complicated expression as she stroked her breasts, or more accurately, her breasts, which were bulging under her gym clothes. We actually managed to run 40 kilometers. It's a bit unbelievable. 40 kilometers was already considered a marathon. For a group of girls who only went to a normal junior high school and didn't specially train their bodies and only practice martial arts, it was really unbelievable that they could complete such a mission. Moreover, not only was there a problem with the height of the road outside the school, but because it was an artificial island facing the sea, the wind was especially strong. Running in such an environment was no different from running on a steep slope with a grade 4 or 5 wind. It was quite tiring. However, the group of students managed to finish running such a route within 2 hours. This was already close to the world record for a marathon, right? It was natural for Ivanley to have such thoughts. Right, Noah? Ivanley suddenly said to Noah. How many times did you complete the task of 10 laps and reach the finish line? Orange Bar and Julie immediately turned their heads and looked at Noah. Me? Noah scratched his cheek. Well, maybe it's because not many people wanted to fight with me, but I was the first to successfully finish the race. The first one, Orange Bar choked and followed up with a question. Then when did you finish? Noah said with an innocent face. About an hour ago. Orange Bar and Ivanley were speechless. Even Julie was stunned for a moment before nodding her head. As expected of Noah, he's really strong. It took Orange Bar, Ivanley, and Julie 2 hours to finish the 40 kilometers run. And this was already equivalent to the world record for a marathon. 1 hour? What kind of concept was that? Undoubtedly, it's all stage eye. Even if your stamina was originally much stronger than ours, after the enhancement, the gap shouldn't have widened so much, right? Orange Bar could only say this with a speechless expression. Could it be that other than your outstanding martial arts, you also have amazing stamina? My stamina isn't too far off from the average guy. After the enhancement of the Daybreak Star rune, it's not much different from the guys in class. Noah smiled meaningfully. And there's a trick for me to be able to reach this stage. Trick? Orange Bar, Ivanley, and Julie's ears twitched at the same time. Ivanley couldn't help but ask. What trick? It's the trick to increase stamina and stamina's recovery speed, extending stamina usage time, and indirectly extending stamina training and increasing stamina's duration and extent. Noah said calmly. It's with this trick that the stamina consumption and recovery are basically equal. So, I basically finished the 40 kilometers without any loss. When I came back, I didn't even pant. So powerful. Ivanley was startled and quickly asked. Then what's the trick? You want to know? Noah shrugged. Today's long-distance running class is already over, so I'll tell you next time. After saying that, Noah turned his gaze to the running track that they had been running on until an hour ago. From afar, Noah could almost see a few people running in this direction with flushed faces and thick necks. Behind them, there should be quite a few people still working hard. Suddenly, Noah muttered to himself for a while and looked at Orange Bar. Where's Sui Gao? I don't know either. Orange Bar shook his head and also looked in the direction of the running track. We saw you on the way here. We wanted to run back with her, but you complained that we were running too slowly and insisted that we run back first. That child has a more delicate personality, so to not let her be a burden to us, we ran first. Noah nodded and agreed with Orange Bar's actions. With Sui Gao's delicate personality, if Orange Bar was really with her and looked after her, it might really make her feel guilty that she was dragging them down. Therefore, Orange Bar's actions were not wrong. In the end, when Sui Gao returned, the sky had already started to darken. The moment she reached the finish line, Sui Gao fainted due to fatigue. That night, it was said that Sui Gao had been hiding in her room and didn't come out for dinner. Then, the next day in class, 2 students applied to withdraw from school, removed the Daybreak Star pattern, and returned to their previous world. Chapter 203. In the cold forest, in an open space, Noah stood in the middle, as if he had entered a meditative state, letting the cold wind blow on his body without moving. On the side, Ivan and Julie were also present. As if they were afraid of disturbing Noah, they subconsciously held their breath and quietly stayed there. Oh, the wind mixed with the falling leaves, drifting through the open space that was not large. At this moment, Noah took a deep breath and tightened his body. Raising his hand, clenching his fist like a longbow, Noah pulled his clenched fist behind him, and the power of every part of his body rushed to that arm and gathered on his fist. Whoa! The next moment, the space around the fist shook slightly, and the gorgeous light spots also appeared in the vibrating space. Like bees returning to their nest, they condensed on Noah's fist. In less than a second, the gorgeous light spots that converged on Noah's fist all merged together, turning into a golden vortex covering Noah's fist. At this time, if someone carefully observed the arm that Noah pulled behind him, they would definitely notice. The muscles on that arm were trembling at a very small frequency. Then, Noah opened his eyes abruptly. Ho! With a cold bellow, Noah's fist seemed to have turned into a shooting star that disappeared in a flash as it swung forward abruptly. Dawn! The vortex that converged on Noah's fist suddenly exploded, stirring up a violent airflow, forming a terrifying shockwave, rubbing against the atmosphere, and in the sharp sound of the atmosphere, like a beam of light violently shot out. The shockwave that turned into a beam of light cut through the space and heavily fell on a tree in front of him. Bang! The true sound of an explosion resounded. That was the sound of the fragile tree exploding under the impact of the violent shockwave, turning into pieces of wood and broken tree bodies. And in such a situation, the shockwave that directly blasted a large scale of trees into pieces did not reduce in power and hit trees again and again. Bang! 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 So, in a very rhythmic explosion, the trees in the impact path of the light beam like shockwave were blasted one after another, turning into broken wood and tree bodies flying everywhere. It was not until a long time later that everything calmed down. No, it can't be said that everything calmed down. Under the bombardment of the shockwave, the trees that turned into broken wood and broken tree bodies fell to the ground in a burst of crackling sounds, and the ground where the shockwave passed also trembled, and the gravel flew everywhere, scattering in all directions. And when everything really calmed down, the people present could only see that in front of Noah, who maintained the posture of punching out, there was a huge gully with a diameter of 2 meters and a length of at least 30 meters standing there. Of course, in the range of this gully, the trees and the ground that should have been there all disappeared. Smoke and dust filled the huge gully. Not far away, Ivan and Julie saw this scene. One of them opened his mouth slightly due to shock, while the other's eyes lit up, and her crimson eyes became extremely lively. Hugh! Noah exhaled, retracted his fist, and looked at the hand that just swung out a terrifying blow and opened and closed his palm. After feeling the pain on it, he sighed. It seems that even after being improved, this move, Annihilation Blow, still has a burden on the body. Annihilation Blow. That was the name that Noah gave to the sure kill punch that he comprehended from the 9-layer penetrations. Of course, it was different from the move he comprehended from the 9-layer penetrations. In order to minimize the burden on the body, or even completely eliminate it, Noah slightly improved the sure kill punch that he comprehended from the 9-layer penetrations. Then, the result of the improvement was the move that Noah named Annihilation Blow. However, although it was said to be an improvement, Noah only added a few things to the move that he comprehended from the 9-layer penetrations. In the process of punching out, he controlled the muscles of the arm that punched out and made the muscles of the arm vibrate. Noah added this step to make this move called Annihilation Blow take shape. The reason why the sure kill punch of the 9-layer penetrations had such a large burden on the body was mainly because the power of this move was too great, and the reaction force of the punch would also act on the user's body, making the user's body bear the burden. And if Noah added this step in the process of punching out, the huge reaction force would be removed little by little along with the vibration of the arm muscles. In the end, the reaction force acting on the user's body would be reduced by a lot. In this way, when the user punched out, he would be able to use his full strength without restraint, and a part of the reaction force that was removed would also rebound, increasing the power of the annihilation blow. Therefore, Noah's annihilation blow not only could be used more than the unimproved version of the 9-layer penetrations, but its power was also much greater. According to the 9-layer penetrations, his move could only be used twice, and after 3 times, his body would be completely immobilized. Noah's annihilation blow could be used at least 4 times, and after 5 times would be the limit. If he wanted to completely immobilize his body, he would have to use it 7 times. At least, when Noah's body was still at rank I of an ordinary surpasser, it was like this. Seeing Noah retract his fist, Ivan and Julie hurriedly approached him. "This is the move you said a few days ago that you stole from others?" Ivan looked at the huge gully and couldn't help but be speechless. If hit, even his surpasser would be near death, or even instant death, right? Julie pulled Noah's clothes, raised her head, and stared at Noah without blinking. "This move, can you teach me? Julie also wants to learn." Noah paused, and then apologetically patted Julie's head. "Sorry, although Annihilation Blow was improved by me, it still puts a lot of burden on the body. It's not a good choice to let a girl with a weaker body learn it. Also, Julie is quite petite. I'm afraid that even if you learn it, not only will you not be able to use it successfully, but you will also hurt yourself." Julie's bright eyes suddenly dimmed a bit, and she said with a bit of dejection, "That's a pity. I'm really glad that I didn't become Noah's opponent in the qualification ceremony." Ivan stuck out his tongue. "Okay, it's almost time for class. Let's go back." Noah and Julie nodded at the same time. As soon as they entered the classroom, Noah, Ivan, and Julie felt that today's atmosphere was a bit heavier than usual. Noah, Ivan, and Julie understood why the atmosphere became like this, and the 3 of them were silent. Since the start of school, almost 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, basically every day, there would be a group of students who couldn't bear the heavy training and applied to leave the school. In addition, the people who stayed were squeezed out of their energy and stamina due to the heavy training, so it was inevitable that such a heavy atmosphere would appear. From afar, Noah could even see that Sui Gaoya, who fainted during the long-distance running training 3 days ago, was sitting in her seat with her head down, her face full of gloominess and disappointment, making Orange Bar, who was sitting next to her, abnormally worried. In these few days, Sui Gaoya had maintained such a worrisome state. Obviously, these days of training also made this weak girl feel abnormally pressured. Seeing Sui Gaoya like this, Ivan, who was sitting next to Noah, couldn't help but worry. Yeah, there shouldn't be a problem, right? In this regard, Noah could only remain silent. He picked up a list of names that Teacher Little Bunny had just sent to him with her overly energetic voice. It was a list of the students who were still in the class. On the list, not only was there a photo of every student in the class, their name, and other basic information, there was also a detailed record of their combat strength. For example, whether they had any experience in martial arts or sports, and information related to Blaze were all recorded on it. It was a list for the students to use as a reference when choosing tripping double blade. Chapter 204. Ivanley, who was also looking at the list, put his head in front of Noah's list and looked at the list with Noah, as if he could see who Noah wanted to choose as the tripping double blade. "Right. Who are you planning to form the official tripping double blade with?" For Ivanley's question, Noah shrugged and didn't answer. In fact, Noah didn't want to form the official tripping double blade at all. He didn't even think about choosing a tripping double blade before the weekend. The reason was very simple, because he didn't know many people. He didn't know if it was because of Noah's extraordinary strength that his classmates had a sense of distance or rejection towards Noah. In the 3 days he stayed in the school, almost no boys talked to Noah. The reason why he used the word almost was because 3 days ago during the long-distance running training, Noah, Kyuju Turyu, and Kawai Hokusaki had a few words during the battle. After the battle, they would only talk for a short while if there was a chance. According to Noah's knowledge, Kyuju Turyu and Kawai Hokusaki had decided to form the official tripping double blade. In this way, Noah naturally wouldn't have a satisfactory candidate for the tripping double blade. Therefore, Noah also had a somewhat casual and peaceful attitude. Anyway, until the weekend, the students who hadn't formed the tripping double blade would form the tripping double blade under the school's arrangement. Therefore, Noah didn't need to worry about anything. Just let nature take its course. Holding this thought, Noah just glanced at the information of his acquaintances on the list, such as Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Sui Gaoya, then threw the list on the table and didn't care about it anymore. Where are Ivan and Julie? Noah placed his hands behind his head and casually asked his two companions on his left and right. You should have decided who to form the tripping double blade with, right? Of course I will form the tripping double blade with Julie, Ivanli said arrogantly. After all, we have lived together for 3 days. I feel that Julie and I get along very well. Ah, Julie nodded her small head gently and said expressionlessly, I like Ivanli, so no problem. I also like Julie, Ivanli responded with a smile. If it wasn't for Noah in the middle, maybe he would have hugged Julie. Hearing the conversation between Ivanli and Julie, Noah also secretly felt relieved. To be honest, the pressure of living in the same room with two girls who were charming in all aspects was not an ordinary kind of pressure. Not to mention that when he first moved in, he accidentally saw Ivanli and Julie's naked bodies. During this period of time, Ivanli and Julie's various private matters were constantly displayed in front of Noah, which made Noah very vexed. For example, Julie liked to wear a white shirt as her pajamas. Every night, she would raise her 2 white thighs in front of Noah. Even if Ivanli tried to stop it, Julie would still ignore it. For Julie, in terms of the matters between men and women, although it wasn't that she didn't know, but basically as long as he didn't touch or see her naked body, she wouldn't put up any defenses. Ivanli did pay attention to the fact that Noah was in his room, but some things couldn't be avoided. For example, when taking out a change of clothes or drying clothes, it was inevitable that Ivanli's secret clothes would be unintentionally seen by Noah. As a result, Ivanli couldn't hide the style and color of his underwear from Noah, which almost made Ivanli cry. In this kind of life, as a man, he could only endure bitterly, or he could only transform into a wolf. The former would make people mentally tired, to the point that they couldn't live a normal life. Needless to say, the latter would definitely be treated as scum the next day, and would directly be destroyed by society. Noah didn't want to be the latter. Therefore, Noah could only bear the pain of being the former. After the weekend, Ivanli and Julie officially formed a tripping double edge, and Noah could finally live a normal life. How could he not be relieved? At this moment, Ivanli narrowed his eyes and said such a sentence that made Noah jump. Do you feel happy that you don't have to live with us? This sentence made Noah's heart skip a beat. Whoa. Ivanli seemed to be able to see through Noah's inner thoughts, crying out in pain. Although it's not that I can't understand your thoughts, but no matter what, I'm still a girl. Your reaction makes me feel hurt. On the side, Julie turned her head and stared straight at Noah, like an abandoned little animal. Undoubtedly, her face was expressionless, but it gave people a delicate feeling. Noah doesn't want to live with me, and Ivanli? Hearing this, Noah bitterly smiled. Does Julie really want me to live with you? What made Noah and Ivanli surprised was that Julie actually nodded without hesitation. Living with Noah, it feels good. Feels good? Noah and Ivanli were stunned at the same time. Ah, Julie said in an extremely flat tone. Because Noah and Ivanli are very gentle, just like Mom and Dad. Dad? Noah covered his face and sighed. Mom? Ivanli's face was also full of confusion. Really, when staying with Julie, Noah and Ivanli were just like Julie's mom and dad. They couldn't help but take care of her. At this time, Teacher Little Rabbit, who had been jumping around in the class, clapped her hands, her unique sweet voice resounding throughout the classroom. Okay. Everyone can think about the tripping double edge matter in your spare time. Our physical strength enhancement class is about to start again. Everyone gather at the school gate. Let's go. After that, Teacher Little Rabbit took the lead and rushed out of the classroom. A group of students sighed and followed her out. Their whole body was filled with a decadent atmosphere. Noah noticed before he got up. Sui Gaoya, who had been lowering her head, with a depressed expression. For a moment, her face showed an expression that looked like she was about to cry. At the school gate, the students who had changed into their gymnastics clothes once again slowly gathered. Many of the students were whispering to each other, making a conversation that could not be ignored. Is this life going to continue for another 3 years? How are we going to persevere? I'm probably at my limit. Someone will apply to drop out today, right? Ivanley, who was standing beside Noah, heard this conversation and felt a little uncomfortable. It wasn't easy to become classmates, but in the end, everyone is planning to leave. I feel so lonely. Julie was still expressionless, but the ahog on her head drooped listlessly, showing the depression in her heart. Shortly after, another round of conversations that couldn't be ignored sounded. Sui Gaoya probably can't go on anymore, right? When this sentence was said, many people's eyes gathered on Sui Gaoya. Sui Gaoya's body trembled. She lowered her head forcefully, almost burying it in her abnormally well-endowed breasts. Many people could clearly see Sui Gaoya's body trembling. What nonsense are you talking about? Orange Bar angrily shouted at the surrounding students. You will definitely be able to persevere. The surrounding students more or less looked at each other and chose to remain silent. It was obvious that most of them didn't believe Orange Bar's words. Seeing this, Noah narrowed his eyes, looked at Sui Gaoya, who was biting her lips and lowering her head, and secretly sighed in his heart. Although he didn't speak to Sui Gaoya normally, because Orange Bar often looked for Noah to discuss martial arts and life problems, Sui Gaoya, who had always been by Orange Bar's side, would often appear around Noah. Therefore, Noah decided to help Sui Gaoya. Sui Gaoya. Noah, who wasn't far from Sui Gaoya, said directly, "Later, you'll run however I tell you to. Do you understand?" Sui Gaoya looked up with a stunned expression. Even Ivanley, Julie, Orange Bar, and the surrounding students showed a surprised expression. Sui Gaoya, who reacted, was at a loss. That, if you don't know what to say, then don't say anything. Noah gave Sui Gaoya a smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Sui Gaoya could only stare blankly at Noah, and after a while, she nodded uneasily. Chapter 205. Bang! As the sound of the colored firecrackers rang out, Teacher Little Rabbit was like a running rabbit. As she jumped, she took the finished firecrackers and dodged to the side. Some of the surrounding students chose to dash out and run at the front. Some chose to stay in place and stare in one direction. There, with Noah as the center, Ivanley, Julie, Orange Bar, and Sui Gaoya were gathered around him. It was a scene that made the boys envious. What are you guys doing? Noah was speechless. I told Sui Gaoya to run with me. What are you guys doing here? Yeah, is my tripping double blade. Orange Bar immediately responded. Although I don't know what I want to do to you, I have to watch you. Are you treating me like an idiot who wants to attack a girl? Noah's mouth twitched. He then looked at Ivanley and Julie. Then what about you two? I'm also curious about what you want to do to you. Ivanley answered crisply. So, it's fine if I follow, right? Yeah. Julie nodded. She shook the bell on her hairband and made a ding-ling sound. She looked unusually cute. Sui Gaoya nervously placed her hands in front of her body, but because her arms were too slender and the pair of bulges in front of her chest were too large, her arms were directly buried in a certain cleavage, causing the eyes of the surrounding male students to almost pop out of their sockets. Noah, classmate, what do you want to do to me? You also think I will do something to you? Noah sighed faintly. I'm not a dog. I won't bite you. Sui Gaoya's face was still a little uneasy. She said something that almost made Noah fall. You really won't bite me? I promise. I definitely won't bite you. Feeling all the strength in his body disappearing, Noah decided to end this quickly. Sui Gaoya, you will run with me. Then, follow my instructions and breathe. Breathing? Unsurprisingly, everyone present was startled by this. However, Noah did not even bother to explain himself. Instead, he directly spoke. All right, let's go. After saying that, Noah took the lead and started running. Ivanley, Julie, Orange Bar, and Sui Gaoya all reacted and quickly ran after him. Noah deliberately slowed down his pace and ran beside Sui Gaoya. He deliberately didn't look at Sui Gaoya's bouncing breasts because of the vigorous running. Sui Gao, take a deep breath and hold it in. Oh, oh, Sui Gaoya replied in a fluster. Just like that, Noah whispered to Sui Gaoya as he ran forward. He asked Sui Gaoya to follow his instructions. While running, Sui Gaoya began to breathe awkwardly. Around them, Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar were like bodyguards, running beside Noah and Sui Gaoya. They listened to Noah's incomprehensible words as they ran forward. Not long after, the group of 5 disappeared from the running track in front of school gate. No one noticed that the sweet and cute expression on the face of Teacher Bunny, who was wearing a maid outfit and a pair of bunny ears, slowly disappeared and was replaced by a sinister smile with some profound meaning. 2 hours later, ha, 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 Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar stood side by side at the school gate, their chests rising and falling as they panted heavily. However, their gazes were fixed in front of them, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ha! Ha! Within the range of the 3 girls' vision, Sui Gaoya was also panting, but her breathing was much less than Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar's. Compared to the previous time, when she fainted immediately after running, she stood there steadily this time. Moreover, it was obvious that she still had a lot of energy left. This caused Sui Gaoya's eyes to fluctuate violently. She looked at her hands with a face of disbelief. Why? Why? This was also the question in Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar's minds. Undoubtedly, Sui Gaoya was not good at sports. She had run until the sky turned dark during the previous training and even fainted. However, this time, her condition was much better than Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar's. She was even in the first batch to reach the finish line and complete the mission. Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar were not the only ones who were in disbelief. Even Sui Gaoya herself could not believe that she had done this. She stared at her hands in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Noah appeared in front of the 4 girls at the scene, looking exactly the same as when he set off. He didn't look like he had just finished a 40-kilometer run at all. He opened the bottles of drinks and handed them to the 4 girls. Drink this first. Thank you. The 4 girls subconsciously thanked him with stunned expressions. They only came to their senses after receiving the drinks. What the hell is going on? Ivanli was the first to cry out. He approached Noah and stared at Noah closely. Noah, you did this, didn't you? What do you mean by I did this? Noah said in dissatisfaction. You're saying it like I did something bad. I was helping Sui Gaoya. That's true. Although he said that, Ivan still had a look of disbelief on his face. Noah. Sui Gaoya clenched her hands tightly in front of her. Although she was fidgeting with her hands nervously, her eyes did not avoid Noah. The gloominess and haze on her face had long disappeared. It was replaced by an anxious expression as if she had regained hope. Why did I? That's the credit of the breathing technique that I just taught you. Seeing Sui Gaoya's anxious expression as if she had regained hope, Noah smiled and turned to look at Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar. Do you still remember the trick I told you about last time? This breathing technique is the trick. Saying that, Noah did not deliberately keep them in suspense and explained. In people's lives, there are actually many examples of using breathing to achieve a certain effect. For example, deep breathing can relieve tension and panic. Pregnant women can also use breathing to achieve the goal of assisting in childbirth. These have some psychological effects, but there is also a practical effect of breathing. In this world, there are some countries where martial arts require the use of breathing. Not only can it achieve twice the results with half the effort, but it can also help in adjusting one's state of mind and body during battle to achieve the goal of prolonging the battle. This kind of specific breathing to achieve a certain goal and help in practicing martial arts and fighting is called breathing, training chi or spirit cultivation in China and India. Noah slowly explained. And according to these breathing methods, I have also figured out a breathing technique that can help people quickly recover their strength and increase their endurance. Hearing this, Ivanley, Julie, and Orange Bar gradually showed expressions of relief. Sui Gaia also looked at Noah with admiration. So, it's because I learned Noah classmates' breathing technique that I can keep up with everyone. You're still far from learning it. Noah looked at Sui Gaia with a smile that was not a smile. If your breathing was completely in accordance with the breathing technique, with that kind of speed, the recovery and consumption of physical strength should be just right. The result would be that even if you reach the finish line, you should be in a complete state. But you are panting, which proves that your breathing is not completely in accordance with the breathing technique. That, Sui Gaia immediately bowed in panic. Really? I'm really sorry. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Noah laughed in spite of himself and scratched his cheek. Remember the breathing technique I just taught you. In the future, no matter what kind of training you participate in, remember to use it. This way, you can keep up with everyone. Sui Gaia vigorously nodded her small head. Her face and eyes were filled with extreme joy and moved, almost shedding tears. Relying on this breathing technique, Sui Gaia could endure all the training and continue to stay in the school. This made Ivanley and Orange Bar somewhat happy as they surrounded Sui Gaia. Julie's expression also showed a rare sign of relaxation. As for Sui Gaia herself, she kept looking at the calm and smiling Noah, her eyes constantly flashing. Chapter 206. Night quietly fell at this time. In the dormitory's lounge, many students had gathered here. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting about everything under the sun, or sitting there excitedly watching TV. It was quite lively, and on a sofa, Noah sat here, holding a book in his hand, somewhat leisurely reading. After the last accident, Ivanley strictly asked Noah to temporarily leave the room when the two opposite-sex roommates were bathing and find something to do outside. In this way, even if there was an accident, Noah would not be able to take advantage of it. Therefore, every time when Ivanley and Julie were bathing, Noah would come to the lounge and choose to leisurely pass the time. If it was before, Noah would definitely use this time effectively and use all the leisure time to improve his strength, living the life of an ascetic. However, Noah now had the ability to limit. He could allow the restricted power to enter a state of spontaneous growth. Moreover, the extent of the increase was no less than the extent of the increase when Noah was training himself. In this way, Noah does not have to deliberately train himself and let the strength increase by itself. Of course, the improvement of strength is one thing. Noah has always insisted that both strength and skills must be improved to achieve a true strength. Therefore, even if the strength enters a state of automatic growth, Noah should also practice martial arts and skills. However, in this regard, Noah is still a person who insists on the balance between work and rest to improve more efficiently. In this school, there are plenty of opportunities to train during the day. Therefore, Noah chose to spend the night leisurely and let his body enter a state of full rest to achieve the true balance between work and rest. Those who know that Noah has extraordinary strength may think that Noah reached this level through extremely hard training. But they may not have thought that being able to reasonably arrange what kind of training to do at what time and what kind of things to do at what time is the real reason why Noah's strength increased so fast and so strong. Not long after, more and more people in the lounge and more people noticed Noah. Now, in the whole school, there's almost no one who does not know Noah. Even the seniors know that a super powerful person has appeared among the freshmen. All of a sudden, many discussions and conversations about Noah began to take place. Not knowing how much time has passed, a girl appeared in the lounge and noticed the commotion in the lounge and also saw Noah. Her eyes lit up and she walked in the direction of Noah. "Can I disturb you for a moment?" As the voice sounded, a young girl with long black hair appeared in front of Noah. Noah raised his head and looked into the eyes of the person who had come. Noah, who saw the person's full appearance, smiled slightly. "Oh, it's Orange. Are you here to rest too? I originally wanted to play chess, but when I saw you here, I came over." Orange Bar closed his eyes and bowed solemnly to Noah. I'm here to thank you, Noah. Thank you for helping you. Noah, who did not expect Orange Bar to suddenly do this, was momentarily at a loss. After a while, he hurriedly shook his head. That's nothing. You don't have to thank me so solemnly. No, that's very important to both me and ya. Orange Bar said this methodically, then lowered his head. If it weren't for your help, you wouldn't have smiled again. At this point, Orange Bar seemed to be a little guilty. For the past few days, Ye has been very listless because she can't keep up with everyone in training. Although I'm very worried, I'm not a meticulous girl. I want to comfort Ye and help her, but I don't know what to do. Undoubtedly, Ye is my roommate and also my tripping double-edged sword, but I can't help her with anything. Speaking of which, I'm really ashamed. After saying this, Orange Bar pulled himself together slightly. If this continues, you might not be able to hold on. So, if it weren't for your help, you might have chosen to leave the academy. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you. With that, Orange Bar bowed again. Noah, who had no time to stop her, felt a little helpless. I understand what you mean, but to me, such a small matter is really not worth such a big bow. Orange, I understand your intentions. Please raise your head. Only then did Orange Bar relax her expression and smile at Noah. No matter what, I have to express my gratitude to you. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, please don't hesitate to look for me. I understand. Looking at Tachibana's face that was full of heroic spirit, Noah knew that this young lady, who was born in a family that practiced martial arts, was very serious when she said this. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded. If there's anything I need you for, I definitely won't hesitate to ask you. That's good. Orange Bar let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I won't disturb you. Okay. Noah shrugged. Good night. Good night. Orange Bar's face had an expression as if she had a load off her mind. She left with light footsteps. Looking at Orange Bar's gradually disappearing figure, Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A little old-fashioned, but not annoying. After making such an evaluation, Noah lowered his head and continued reading. However, after a while, a slightly nervous and flustered voice sounded in front of Noah. Hearing the voice, Noah once again raised his head. But the first thing that entered Noah's eyes was a pair of exceptionally shocking full breasts that were covered by a thin piece of clothing. The extremely shocking scene suddenly entered Noah's eyes, causing his heart to tremble. His hand trembled, and the book that was lying in his hand a second ago lost its balance and fell down. Noah frantically waved his arms and caught it several times before he finally caught it. At the same time, a small cry of surprise also entered Noah's ears. The owner seemed to be shocked by Noah. Student, Noah, are you okay? It was Sui Gaoya. Is it Sui Gaoya? Noah slightly raised his voice, and when he saw the strange gazes around him, he realized that he had lost his composure. Less than a meter in front of Noah, the pair of full breasts that stood parallel to him and highlighted his presence caused Noah to abruptly raise his head. When he saw Sui Gaoya's somewhat uneasy pretty face, he awkwardly smiled. I'm sorry I scared you. It's okay. I should be the one who scared you. Sui Gaoya thought that Noah acted like that just now because he was frightened by her sudden voice, so she apologized repeatedly. I just wanted to thank you. Thank me? Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, Orange Bar came to thank me on your behalf, and now you're thanking me on your own. As expected of the tripping double blade, you have quite a tacit understanding. Little Ba, Sui Gaoya was surprised at first, then lowered her head in embarrassment. Although I'm very grateful to Little Ba, that's my own business, so I have to thank you. If you really want to thank me, then you have to work hard to not be brushed away. Noah tilted his head and smiled. After all, it wasn't easy for us to get to know each other. If even you leave the school, then Ivan and Julie will be sad. Is that so? Sui Gaoya secretly glanced at Noah, and her face turned red. Then, Noah classmate, what about you? Me? Noah was startled, and then smiled. I'm the same. Looking at the smile on Noah's face, Sui Gaoya's face turned even redder, making her a little restless. After a while, she hurriedly said, In In short, thank you very much. I'll go back first. Leaving this sentence, Sui Gaoya left as if she was escaping. This. Noah speechlessly looked at Sui Gaoya's back as she hurriedly ran away. He didn't know what to say. She came so suddenly, and she left so suddenly. This girl, is she deliberately scaring me? Chapter 207. Cheers! In the room, at the small round table, Noah, Ivanley, and Julie raised the cups in their hands and clinked them together with a ding sound. Looking closely, on the small round table, snacks of various sizes were piled up into a small hill. At first glance, it gave people the feeling that the three were looking for entertainment. But in fact, this was a small farewell party held by Noah, Ivanley, and Julie. Tomorrow is finally the weekend. Ivanley raised the cup that was filled with drinks and moved his head closer to Noah, letting a pair of beautiful big eyes into Noah's field of vision. There was a teasing look in his eyes. Tomorrow, Julie and I will apply to form an official tripping double blade, and the dormitory will also be redistributed. Noah, can you tell me how you feel now that you don't have two cute roommates? Do you want to know how I feel now? Looking at the teasing Ivanley, who turned into an interviewer, Noah's expression became quite annoyed. I just feel that it's great that I don't have to see a certain cute roommate's underwear thrown around in the bathroom. I didn't throw it around. The teasing on Ivanley's face was suddenly replaced by embarrassment, and he shouted angrily. I just didn't have time to clean it up. Really? Noah looked indifferent. I hope so. Otherwise, it will be too hard for Julie, who has to sleep in the same room with you for the next 3 years. Beside him, Julie made a concise and comprehensive sound. I also hope that Ivanley can pay more attention. I hope that Julie can pay more attention to yourself. Ivanley looked down and glanced at Julie's petite body. To be precise, it should be said that he looked at Julie's appearance with a troubled look. How many times have I said it? Noah is here now. Julie, can't you change your appearance? Noah couldn't help but glance at Julie and sigh helplessly. Julie purposely came all the way from her hometown, Gilliam, to this country to study at Haolang Academy. Noah also heard that Gilliam's place was usually very cold, and snow was a common occurrence. Because of this, Julie, who was used to the cold environment, came to this country with a relatively warm climate. A lot of the weather that was considered a bit cool for others would make Julie feel very hot. Therefore, after Julie came to this school, every time she returned to the dormitory, she would take off all her clothes, wearing only a shirt, and wander around the room. And this was one of the reasons why Noah's unusually sad male annoyance. As for Julie herself, she always felt that her behavior was natural. Therefore, she didn't know how many times Ivanley's words. As usual, she tilted her head with a clear ding, 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 ding. Can't? Julie was originally an extremely cute girl, as beautiful as a doll. Undoubtedly, Julie's expression was expressionless, but her body exuded a delicate and pitiful aura. Unsurprisingly, made Ivanley sink. Oh, Ivanley's pretty face blushed, and she turned her head away. Anyway, it's the last night, forget it. Yeah. The ahog on Julie's head shook like a small animal's tail, showing its owner's happy mood. Noah, who had been watching from the side, could only speechlessly pick up the glass of drink, put it to his mouth, and drank. However, in the next moment, Julie's words made Noah spit out the drink in his mouth. Can I stay with Noah tomorrow? Julie, who usually had no expression on her face, suddenly showed an obvious regretful expression, and then said such a sentence. Then, tonight, can I sleep with Noah? PFFF. Noah, who was drinking his drink, felt like his chest was heavily punched, and the drink that just slid down his throat suddenly sprayed out and sprayed toward Ivanley opposite him. Originally, with Ivanley's skill, it was very easy for him to dodge the incoming fountain of human bodies. It was a pity that Ivanley, who did not drink the drink, did not spit it out like Noah did. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground, his entire face drenched by the drink. The air in the room froze for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Yes. I'm sorry. Ivanley. It was rare for Noah to be so flustered. He picked up Ivanley's handkerchief from the table and wiped Ivanley's face. He didn't know if it was Ivanley's or Julie's handkerchief. Ivanley, on the other hand, stood there dumbfounded, as if he was completely confused, and his face was messy as he smiled at Julie. Jolie-chan, can you please repeat what you just said? Julie tilted her head in confusion. I want to sleep with Noah tonight. Is there a problem? If it was a normal situation, Ivanley would definitely say big problem again, to the extent that the whole dormitory could hear it. However, Ivanley, who already had a preliminary understanding of Julie, knew that his common sense couldn't be used on Julie, even if it was useful. At that moment, Ivanley could only take a deep breath, force himself to calm down, and said earnestly, Jolie-chan, about sleeping with Noah, don't you have any thoughts? Noah also wanted to say something to Julie, but based on past experience, if he spoke up, it might make things more difficult to deal with. So he simply didn't say anything and let Ivanley handle it. Under the silent gaze of Noah and Ivanley, Julie lowered her eyes slightly. When I'm at home, I always sleep with my mother. So, although it's embarrassing to say it, in fact, if I sleep alone, I will feel very lonely. Is that so? Ivanley quickly said. But Jolie-chan, don't you still have me to sleep with you? Ah, the clear color in Julie's pair of deep red eyes swayed. Sleeping with Ivanley reminds me of my mother, and sleeping with Noah reminds me of my father. With that said, Julie's beautiful eyes revealed a kind of nostalgia that made Noah and Ivanley speechless. When talking about her mother, Julie's eyes only had the kind of warmth that only a close family member would have. Whenever she talked about her father, Julie would often express an unusual feeling of reminiscence. Noah, who had been a little concerned about this, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to ask, What about your father? Julie lowered her head. He passed away a few years ago. This time, Ivanley, who wanted to stop Julie, completely chose to remain silent. And Noah, who already had some guesses and was mentally prepared, pondered for a moment, raised his hand, and touched Julie's head. It seemed that Julie found a little bit of her father's shadow in Noah, so she subconsciously had feelings of nostalgia for Noah. This made Noah slightly change his mind. Noah touched Julie's head while scratching his cheek. If Julie doesn't mind, then tonight, let me sleep with you. Julie paused for a moment, and then her usually expressionless face revealed a very shallow smile. Ivanley, who finally reacted, was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he let out a cry of surprise. Hey. The soft silvery moonlight shone into the dark room, providing a faint light to the room that had already been turned off. At this moment, 3 people were squeezed together in the lower bunk of the 2-bunk bed. Hugh! Julie tightly clutched Noah's clothes, snuggled in Noah's arms, and fell asleep. Noah could only try his best not to notice the soft and delicate body in his arms and the fragrance coming from her body with a bitter face. And in the innermost part of the bed, Ivanley, who was sleeping on the other side of Julie, stared at Noah as if he was guarding against theft, making Noah feel uncomfortable all over. Why do you have to squeeze in here? Noah's exasperated voice only caused Ivanley to put on a fake smile. Do you think I'll just watch the 2 of you sleep together and do nothing? Noah looked up at the bedboard, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 208. Everyone, good morning. In an extremely excited state, Teacher Little Rabbit, who was standing on the podium, made a cute pose. Finally, everyone has an official, tripping double blade. This is really worthy of celebration. Have your seats and dormitory been adjusted? With that said, Teacher Little Rabbit's gaze went straight to the last row in the innermost part of the classroom. Looking at the lonely teenager sitting there, she revealed a sweet and evil smile. Oh, it seems that there are people who don't have their own tripping double blade. In the classroom, all the students followed Teacher Little Rabbit's gaze and looked at the lonely teenager sitting in a seat. Bearing the gaze from all directions, Noah, who was sitting there alone, used his hand to support his chin, turned his head, and looked out the window. Yes, In the end, Noah did not officially become a tripping double blade with others, because no one can become Noah's tripping double blade. Just yesterday, Ivan and Julie became a tripping double blade. They moved out of Noah's room and were arranged to another room. It was said that Tachibana and Sui Gaoyao formed a tripping double blade relationship. Ninefold Toru and Kue Hokusaki also formed a tripping double blade relationship. All the first-year students in the class became a tripping double blade with the person they liked. Whether it was the dormitory room or the class seats, they were all adjusted so that every student and their tripping double blade sat together and lived together. Originally, Noah thought that the school would arrange a tripping double blade for him, who did not choose a tripping double blade. Who would have thought that in the end, all the first-year students had formed a tripping double blade relationship with each other? In other words, the only person who did not have a tripping double blade was Noah. After a week of survival of the fittest, in this class, there were a total of 41 freshmen who did not apply to drop out and stayed in the school. In groups of 2, there were a total of 20 groups of tripping double blade in the class, but one person was left behind and could not form a team. This person was Noah. Even Noah did not expect that things would turn out like this. However, compared to being suddenly assigned a desk mate and roommate that he was unfamiliar with, this result made Noah feel much more relaxed. At the very least, Noah was alone in terms of his dormitory and seat. He could fully enjoy his personal space without worrying too much. Ivan and Julie sat in front of Noah. Alone, Ivan looked at the nonchalant Noah with the rest of the students and seemed a little worried. "Teacher, is it okay even without the tripping double blades? Even if you say that I, Teacher Little Rabbit, have no way of suddenly finding someone to form a tripping double blade, with this reclusive exception." Teacher Little Rabbit pretended to helplessly spread out her hands, but there was a smile on her face. "However, we will have even more intense training in the future. When that time comes, there will definitely be people who can't take it and apply to drop out. When that time comes, there will be people who will form a team with the exception." Hearing this, the hearts of everyone in the classroom became heavy. Then, since the official tripping double blade has been decided, we should also begin training on the blaze. Teacher Little Rabbit did not seem to notice the abnormal atmosphere and continued to speak in high spirits. "I'm here to inform everyone that next week, we will be conducting a mock battle where the blaze is allowed new blade battle." The sudden news made many people involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, it was caused by surprise and confusion. "No way." Ivan, who was sitting in front of Noah, said in a shocked voice. "They're going to fight right from the start?" Even Noah frowned, feeling helpless against this violent school. It was a weapon that was materialized from his soul, Blaze. Although it was a weapon with a simple structure under normal circumstances, since it was a weapon, it meant that it had the power to kill. The blaze formed by the soul could only be used against the soul. This was what the chairman of Haolang Academy said. However, a weapon was still a weapon. If one casually used it when it wasn't necessary, the impact would be relatively greater. Furthermore, Blaze was a materialization of one's soul. There were still many secrets to it, so it wasn't appropriate to casually use it. Therefore, the Academy clearly stated that without permission, students were not allowed to casually use the blaze, otherwise they would be severely punished. However, Haolang Academy was an organization that cultivated combat skills and surpassers, so it was impossible for them not to target the surpasser's greatest weapon, even if they were to use the blaze for training. The students present were already prepared to use the blaze at any time. However, they did not expect that they would directly use the blaze in a mock battle. Now, I will begin to explain the rules of the new blade battle. Everyone perk up your ears. It's so nice. Teacher Little Rabbit put her hands on her head and made a rabbit's ear gesture. First, the schedule. It will be on Saturday next week, the day before Golden Week. The start time will be at 5 p.m., and the end time will be at 7 p.m. There will be a total of 2 hours, and the starting signal will be the sound of the clock tower. The location will be in the area north of the Academy. Then, the opponent for the battle is... Teacher Little Rabbit's face showed an extremely joyful smile, and she raised a finger and said this sentence very happily. Except for your tripping dual blades, everyone else is an enemy. Below, Noah's eyebrows suddenly raised. Wait, teacher. Ivanley immediately raised his hand and stood up. If that's the case, won't Noah be at a disadvantage without the tripping dual blades? Pulling, little sister ponytail, are you serious? Teacher Little Rabbit's eyes were already curved into the shape of a crescent moon. During the entrance ceremony, with the strength of a normal person, he beat up a rank 3 who had received several years of physical and mental training and battle technique training, or a pair of tripping dual blades who had just started training for a week. Who is more at a disadvantage? Ivanley's breath stopped. Not to mention Ivanley, even the rest of the students in the class looked at each other in dismay. They all had a bitter expression on their faces. After hearing Teacher Little Rabbit's words, the crowd of students realized that even without the tripping dual blades, Noah was still an unbeatable existence. Not to mention his amazing martial arts skills and experience. Even Noah's blaze, who was known as the exception, was a very thorny problem. After all, even if he was a surpasser, if he was only at the rank I level, he could only be considered a superhuman and not a real inhuman. At the very least, if one wanted to clearly see a bullet that was faster than the speed of sound, it was absolutely impossible to reach the rank 3 level. And in this kind of situation, in a contest between hot weapons and cold weapons, which side had the advantage, there was no need to ask. A normal person would know. Everyone knows that the Daybreak Star Rune has ranks. Every year, students will participate in the Ascension ceremony at the end of the semester. Those who have received sufficient physical and mental training will be able to successfully advance. Looking at the silent crowd of students, Teacher Little Rabbit said, as if to encourage them, But, for the tripping dual blades who have achieved excellent results in a new blade battle, as a special reward, the school will give them a chance to advance. This sentence made the hearts of all the students become lively. Noah, who originally lacked interest in this so-called new blade battle, also had a light in his eyes as he straightened his back. If there was anything else that could arouse Noah's interest in staying in the school, other than feeling that he could get a clue about the world fragment, then it would be the Daybreak Star Rune's ascension. Because that was the opportunity to let Noah's spirit and magic power be sufficiently improved. Although everyone would have such an opportunity at the end of the semester, whether or not they could successfully advance, the more opportunities to improve their strength, the better. Everyone thought so. Noah was naturally no exception. And Teacher Little Rabbit, who clearly saw Noah's performance, revealed a smile. Only that smile was a bit sinister. Chapter 209. Most of today's classes were normal classes, and the training classes were in the afternoon. After class, as soon as the Chinese teacher walked out of the classroom, Ivanley impatiently turned around and slumped on the table in front of Noah with a melancholy expression. Undoubtedly, we've just decided on the tripping double blade, and now we're going to have a blaze mock battle. This school is really tormenting people. Is that so? Noah shook his head and said, I feel that more actual combat would be more effective in increasing our strength. Before Ivanley could reply, a stern voice sounded. That's right. Following this voice, Noah, Ivanley, and Julie were surrounded by Tachibana and Sui Gaya. I think that the school also feels that actual combat would be more effective in increasing the strength of the students, right? Tachibana agreed with Noah's statement. Whether it's the entrance ceremony, the physical strengthening long-distance running training, or the daily classes, there have always been a lot of actual combat training. Therefore, now that we're starting to teach how to use blaze, it definitely can't be separated from actual combat. Ever since they entered the school, until now, until the announcement of the new blade battle, Noah and the others had never experienced using blaze before. Now the class on how to use blaze was finally about to begin. With how ridiculous the school had always been, it wasn't hard to imagine that they would let everyone participate in a mock battle with blaze right from the start. Even so, I still hope that the school can give us some time to get used to Blaze. Sui Gaoya said with a nervous expression. The school forbids students from using Blaze, and since entering the school, we haven't had any classes related to Blaze. I haven't even used my own Blaze before, so I don't know how to use it. During the entrance ceremony, only those who had defeated their opponents could enter the school. That was the only time the people present had used their Blaze Fong. Sui Gaoya didn't fight at that time. The reason was very simple. It was because Sui Gaoya's opponent was scared and ran away. Sui Gaoya, on the other hand, was so scared that her legs went soft. In the end, she didn't manage to escape in time and ended up staying behind. That was why Sui Gaoya and Ivanli were the same. Both of them had passed because they had lost their opponents, so they hadn't really used their Blaze yet. As for me, I've learned Sword Dao before. However, Ivanli's tone was rather relaxed. Although I haven't used Blaze before, my Blaze is also a sword, so there shouldn't be any problems using it. My Blaze is also a type of weapon that I've often used in the past. Orange Bar smiled steadily. So, I don't have any problems using it. Julie opened her mouth slightly and only said this one sentence. There are no barriers to use it. Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Sui Gaoya all turned to look at Noah. Why are you looking at me? Noah rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you guys think that I don't even know how to pull the trigger? The group of girls looked at each other. Other than Julie, they all laughed bitterly. That's right. For Noah, whose Blaze was a revolver, even if he wasn't very familiar with his Blaze, he should still know how to pull the trigger. Facing a real gun, even if he only knew how to use it at this level, it would still bring an unimaginable threat and pressure to the group of students. That's great. Sui Gaoya couldn't help but murmur. If only I had the experience of using Blaze, that would be great. This time is different from the entrance ceremony. Even if you fail, you won't be kicked out of the school. Orange Bar comforted her. So, yeah, you don't have to be too stubborn. After all, you can start using Blaze after school. You can get used to it when the time comes. From today until the start of the new Blade Battle, as long as the first grade students applied, they could use Blaze in the school after school to practice. Therefore, even if they didn't have the experience of using Blaze until the start of the new Blade Battle, and even during the process, there would be plenty of opportunities to use Blaze. But Sui Gaoya's expression was still uneasy. I'm not good at fighting. It's okay. Orange Bar tried to calm Sui Gaoya's uneasiness. This time is different from the entrance ceremony. It's not a one-on-one duel, but a battle between tripping blades. I'm still here. Sui Gaoya smiled and nodded, but that smile, no matter how you looked at it, was very forced. Noah and the others, who already had a certain degree of understanding of Sui Gaoya, easily guessed her thoughts. Needless to say, Sui Gaoya was definitely worried that she would be a burden to Orange Bar. Gaoya, don't worry. Ivanli purposely made his tone sound cheerful and patted Sui Gaoya's back. There are only a few people in our class who have experience in martial arts or sports. The rest are like you, ordinary students. Orange Bar is the successor of Orange Bar, so it's impossible for him to lose to those people. When fighting, don't forget to use breathing technique. Noah also looked at Sui Gaoya. That way, at least you'll have enough strength. If you can't win, just run. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Sui Gaoya nodded her head vigorously. Her expression seemed to have eased a lot compared to before. At this time, 2 male students also came over. Are you having a battle meeting? With this sentence, the 2 male students, who Noah was familiar with, also joined in. Almost at the same time, Sui Gaoya, who wasn't good at dealing with boys, shrank behind Orange Bar. What's wrong? Noah smiled calmly. Q-Chong, Okazaki, are you here to scout the enemy? The 2 newcomers were Q-Chong and Okazaki. Is there a need to scout the enemy? Okazaki pushed the glasses on her nose and said in a very arrogant tone, We've already seen your skills. Also, the list that the Academy gave us as a reference for choosing Tripping Double Blade also recorded the general information of everyone in our class. Q-Chong rubbed his head. Although I haven't seen it, Okazaki memorized it all. That counts as enemy information, right? I've also seen that list. Ivanli looked at Q-Chong and Okazaki with interest. Very few people in our class have experience in martial arts, but I think all of you have practiced martial arts before, right? That's a really strong enemy. Orange Bar showed a reluctant smile. Yeah, we have to do our best. And Sui Gaia nodded again. Qiuchong fixed his gaze on Noah, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I hope we can go up against each other again this time. Oomph. Okazaki smiled provocatively. This time we won't lose. Qiuchong and Okazaki looked at each other and smiled, then turned and left. A declaration before the battle? I vainly blinked at Noah. They're not afraid of going up against you. Is that so? Noah shrugged and said, Are you afraid of going up against me? How is that possible? I vainly and Orange Bar answered almost at the same time. Last time, you purposely let me in. I still remember that. I vainly said with dissatisfaction. I want to prove that at that time, even if you didn't let me in, I could still get in. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Orange Bar was a little excited. I won't lose that easily. Yeah, Julie nodded. Even if your opponent is Noah, you can't admit defeat. Sui Gaia secretly glanced at Noah, then shyly hid behind Orange Bar. Obviously, it was a bit difficult for this timid girl to make a declaration. Looking at this group of cute girls, Noah smiled knowingly. Let's do our best. Chapter 2:10. In the woods surrounding the school, Noah walked in with steady steps. He arrived at an open space and looked around. Looking at the open space and the surrounding trees, Noah nodded slightly. He closed his eyes, reached out a hand, and pressed it on his chest. Blaze! Following Noah's call, a buzz trembled. A pure white geometric pattern called the star pattern spun and spread out from the center of Noah's chest and imprinted itself on Noah's chest. Pong! A burst of fiery red light rose from the star pattern and turned into a gorgeous flame. It burned fiercely, and not long after, it condensed into the shape of a weapon. It was the shape of a weapon called a gun. The burning flame flashed, and the pitch-black gun that was covered with white tree-like patterns was exposed to the air. Noah could clearly feel that compared to the time before it had become a part of his soul and turned into his blaze, what kind of changes had happened to the revolver now that it had become blaze? First of all, the cold feeling that was unique to metal in the past had disappeared and was replaced by a fiery warmth. Noah opened his eyes and looked at the blaze markings on the body of his revolver. He stroked the white markings and carefully experienced the feeling of the gun in his hands. It was completely different from before. In the next second, Noah suddenly raised the gun in his hand and aimed the revolver muzzle at a tree. Pump! The moment he pulled the trigger, the gunshot rang out. The pitch-black bullet formed by mental strength pierced through the air and directly landed on the tree trunk. Pump! Suddenly, the sound of an explosion shook the air. On the tree trunk that Noah's blaze was aimed at, wood chips flew everywhere, and a huge hole the size of a wash basin appeared on top of it. The power was terrifying. Looking at the huge hole in the tree caused by his revolver bullet, Noah tightened his grip on the gun. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. It's still all right. Although its power has increased after becoming blaze, its recoil has also increased. This requires the user to have greater arm strength to use it. However, with the arm strength of stage, it shouldn't be a big problem to use it. After becoming Noah's blaze, the revolver, that was originally comparable to an anti-tank sniper rifle's power, had indeed increased, making this gun that was specially modified for power became even more terrifying. Of course, as the power increased, so did the recoil. If one wanted to use this gun, it wasn't strange that the required arm strength would increase. However, since Noah's arm strength was only comparable to that of an ordinary level 1 after going through the limitation, he could still use it normally. After confirming this, Noah let out a sigh of relief. Without the limitations of bullets, and with sufficient arm strength, the revolver no longer had any shortcomings. Compared to the simpler blaze of the other surpassers, this blaze had too many advantages. After confirming the status of his blaze, Noah did not continue to stay here and walked out of the forest. Noah also had another blaze, night sword. There is only one human soul. Therefore, there was only one surpasser's blaze fong. Noah's situation was different from the other surpassers. Under a free combination of factors, he had 2 blaze fangs. Noah did not intend to reveal this point. The appearance of the revolver, a complex blaze that shouldn't have appeared, had already made Noah extremely eye-catching. Not to mention, he had also gained the title of exception. Noah did not want to show that he was different from others. Therefore, the blaze of the revolver turned into a flame in Noah's hand and disappeared on the spot. After walking out of the forest, Noah, who was about to walk in the direction of the dormitory, suddenly saw a person running in his direction. It was a girl with a delicate face, wearing a gymnastic uniform. She was rhythmically adjusting her breathing while trying to run in Noah's direction. Noah immediately stopped in his tracks and looked over in surprise. Sui Gao. Perhaps because she heard Noah's voice, Sui Gao, who was running, raised her head and met Noah's gaze. A trace of surprise appeared on her face. Noah, classmate. She did not know if it was because she was too surprised, but Sui Gao's footsteps were unsteady. She turned, screamed, and fell forward. Hearing Sui Gaoya's exclamation, Noah, who reacted, immediately dodged and pounced over without hesitation to catch Sui Gaoya, who was falling down. Hey, be careful. You little girl, why are you so clumsy? Sui Gaoya also noticed that she was being hugged by Noah, who had caught her when she fell. At that moment, her entire face turned completely red, and even her ears turned red. Before Sui Gao came to Haoling Academy, she was a girl student. Naturally, in a situation where everyone around her was of the same sex, Sui Gao did not have many opportunities to come into contact with the opposite sex. Today was definitely the closest Sui Gao had ever come to the opposite sex. If it were in the past, Sui Gao would definitely be extremely flustered at this time. But for some reason, in Noah's arms, Sui Gao unexpectedly found that she did not feel the slightest bit repulsed. Instead, she missed it very much and wanted to stay like this forever. Incredible. It was really incredible. For Sui Gao, who was so close to the opposite sex for the first time, such an experience was really inexperienced and did not understand anything. It was natural that she would feel it was incredible. On the other hand, looking at Sui Gao, who suddenly hid in his arms and did not speak, Noah's body also froze there. This girl, why didn't she get up? This made Noah unable to continue hugging her. Even his expression and voice became a little awkward. Sui Gao, aren't you getting up? Sui Gao, who was awakened by Noah, instinctively nodded. Immediately, she reacted and her pretty face turned completely red. Then, she realized what she had just done and involuntarily pushed Noah away. Her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. She stepped back step by step and finally cried out. I'm sorry. Sui Gao, who inexplicably apologized, ran away as if she was escaping. Wait. Noah was shocked and hurriedly chased after her. On the way back to the dormitory, Sui Gao kept her head down. Her face was so red that it was as if it was on fire. She did not dare to raise her head to look at Noah beside her. Moreover, she kept a subtle distance from Noah. Noah's expression was also a little awkward. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He subconsciously chased after her, but in the end, he was greeted with such an uncomfortable atmosphere that Noah wanted to run away several times. But if he ran away like this, it would be as if he was deliberately hugging Sui Gao. Noah held on tightly, and only then did he walk with Sui Gao in the direction of the dormitory. Noah, who felt that this could not go on, could only open his mouth awkwardly and change the topic. Right. Sui Gao, what were you doing there just now? It turned out that Noah's method of changing the topic was quite effective. Sui Gao suddenly showed an awkward expression, as if it was difficult to say. Her gaze moved back and forth between her feet and Noah's body. After a while, she opened her mouth in a mosquito-like voice. Slow jogging in? Noah was slightly startled, and his tone was full of uncertainty. Jogging? And Sui Gao seemed to have plucked up her courage. She raised her head slightly and secretly observed Noah's reaction from the corner of her eyes. Recently, I've been running about 20 kilometers every day. Hearing this, Noah was a little surprised. Chapter 211. Run 20 kilometers every day. Looking at Sui Gaoya, who seemed to be in a difficult position, Noah couldn't help but open his mouth. Do you still insist on running 20 kilometers every day after having to run 40 kilometers in the physical enhancement course? Noah was indeed very surprised. After all, ever since Sui Gaoya, who wasn't good at sports, fainted on the first day of the physical strengthening class, this weak-hearted girl had a gloomy expression on her face every day. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was afraid of these classes as if they were ghosts. But now, Sui Gaoya actually said something like this. How could Noah not be surprised? Maybe it was because she knew that what she said was very inconceivable. So Sui Gaoya showed a difficult expression. If I want to use my blaze, physical strength is a must. Sui Gaoya explained in a mosquito-like voice. So, in order to increase my physical strength, I want to work a little harder. You need physical strength? Noah couldn't help but touch his chin. Last time, in the list provided to the students to choose the tripping double blade, as a reference, Sui Gaoya blaze was also written in it. Noah only confirmed the blaze of Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and Sui Gaoya. The rest of the students were all omitted. So, when he thought of Sui Gaoya's blaze on the list, Noah was relieved. No wonder, recently I felt that your performance in the physical strengthening class was getting better and better. So, it was because of this. Recently, Sui Gaoya was already able to use the breathing technique, taught by Noah, and shorten the time of a 40-kilometer run to half an hour. Originally, Noah thought that Sui Gaoya was gradually mastering the breathing technique, allowing her breathing to become more precise than before and allowing her physical strength to recover faster. He didn't think that there was actually a private reason for her to work hard. Thinking of this, Noah chuckled. Not bad, Sui Gaoya. Knowing how to work hard is a good thing. And Sui Gaoya's pretty face slightly reddened. She lowered her head and started twirling her fingers. That's all because of Noah. And Noah said with a puzzled expression, what does your hard work have to do with me? Because if it wasn't for Noah classmate helping me, I might have already given up on staying here and left the school. Sui Gaoya revealed a slightly lonely expression. Actually, whether it's in learning or sports, there have always been a lot of things that I'm not good at. In my previous school, the people next to me were also better than me. It even made me wonder if I was a superfluous existence. So when someone told me that I have the adaptability of the Daybreak Star rune that only 1 in 1,000 people has, I was really happy. But after coming to this school, I realized that even if I have talent that others don't have compared to the people around me, I'm still very useless. Sui Gaoya's head was so low that no one could see her expression. But after a while, she raised her head and smiled shyly. Just when I was about to give up, Noah classmate stood up and saved me, giving me the strength to continue staying here. Save? Noah was silent for a while, and then directly laughed bitterly. You're making it sound a bit serious. I just thought that since we know each other, I would help you if I could. For me, that's just a small matter, so you can feel grateful to me. But if you say that you're so grateful, I feel that you're thinking too highly of me. Maybe, for Noah classmate, it really is a small matter, but for me it's saving. Sui Gaoya shook her head vigorously, her eyes finally meeting Noah's for the first time. I'm really very happy that you were able to stand up and help me. Moreover, you also gave me the strength to become stronger. I'm really very grateful to you. The breathing technique was not only used to restore physical strength and increase endurance. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, it was very easy to understand the true use of the breathing technique. As previously said, running was the simplest and most effective way to increase physical strength. If one wanted to increase their physical strength, as long as they could continue to run, sooner or later their physical strength would be fully grown. With the help of the breathing technique, Sui Gaoya's physical strength recovery speed became faster, and she was able to persist in running for a longer time. And with enough time to train, why would one worry about their physical strength not increasing by a large amount? Sui Gaoya could now shorten the time of a 40-kilometer run to 1.5 hours. This was the proof. Clearly understanding this point, Noah could only faintly sigh and revealed a smile to Sui Gaoya. Since it's like this, then you have to continue to work hard. Don't let others surpass you. Sui Gaoya first nodded her head blankly, but after she reacted, she repeatedly nodded her head. I'll definitely work hard. Saying this, Sui Gaoya once again lowered her head with a hesitant look. After a while, she spat out a word, letting her small voice drill into Noah's ears with difficulty. Yeah, in? Noah looked at Sui Gaoya in a daze. What? Sui Gaoya's pretty face was slightly red as she said, I hope you can call me by my name. Call me. Yeah. After finally understanding Sui Gaoya's meaning, Noah couldn't help but laugh, but his answer was unusually straightforward. Then in the future, don't call me Noah classmate, just call me Noah. Sui Gaoya slowly raised her head, and a relieved smile appeared on her adorable face. She nodded her head vigorously. Looking at the bright smile on Sui Gaoya's face, Noah also couldn't help but smile. When they first met, the timid Sui Gaoya, who was unwilling to make eye contact with Noah, only daring to timidly hide behind others, secretly observing Noah, was like a phantom disappearing from Noah's mind. Neither Noah nor Sui Gaoya noticed. The subtle distance between the two at the beginning, unknowingly, had long been occupied by the two figures. At night, sitting in front of the small round table, Noah, who was drinking a cup of hot tea made by himself, looked around. Room, still the same room. Dormitory, still the same dormitory. Even the layout, still the same layout. However, in the closet, all the clothes that didn't belong to Noah had disappeared, and the luggage and belongings of the two girls who lived here not long ago also disappeared. The only things left were Noah's own things. Ivan and Julie, who had formed a formal tripping double blade, moved out of this room without any accident. To be honest, Noah felt relieved because he didn't have to continue to endure and suffer mentally, but at the same time he also felt a little lonely deep in his heart. The two friends who had been living in the closest place to him left just like that. Excluding all kinds of troubles, it was natural for him to feel lonely. Until now, Noah realized that he wasn't as happy about Ivan and Julie leaving as he thought he was. However, that's also something that can't be helped. Noah muttered to himself as if he was comforting himself. However, when he realized that it was useless, he patted his face and pulled himself together. He raised the cup in his hand and finished all the tea in it before standing up. Let's go to sleep. With that said, Noah was about to turn off the light and get into his bed, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. In? Noah stopped and shouted out reflexively. Who is it? The moment his voice reverberated, a silent atmosphere enveloped the entire dormitory. Until 3 or 4 seconds later, a voice sounded slightly. Yeah. With such a simple word, Noah understood who it was. Except for Julie, no one would use such a word as a response. Immediately, Noah hurried to the door and opened it. The next moment, the petite silver-haired girl's figure was imprinted in Noah's eyes. The moment he saw Julie standing at his door, Noah couldn't stay calm. Because, as always, Julie only wore a white shirt and hugged a pillow. Chapter 2:12. Looking at the beautiful silver-haired girl in front of him wearing only a white shirt, hugging a small pillow, her 2 white thighs directly exposed to the air, Noah almost subconsciously reached out, pulled Julie into his room, and closed the door. Bang dash! The loud sound of the door closing suddenly sounded, and it also woke up Julie, who was pulled into the room because she couldn't react in time. The next moment, Julie looked at Noah with her crimson eyes full of disbelief, making Noah laugh out loud. Of course, Julie was wondering why Noah suddenly made such a reaction. But for Noah, he believed that no matter who encountered the same situation, they would have the same reaction. There was no distinction between men and women in this dorm. That is to say, Julie just appeared in the dorm with this outfit that could be admired by boys everywhere. It should be known that Julie was originally a cute girl who could make people stare at her with just her appearance. If Julie appeared in front of the boys with this outfit, Noah didn't know if someone would directly pounce on her, but in that case, the stinky boys would definitely take advantage of her. Noah, who didn't realize that he had subconsciously excluded himself from the list of stinky boys, looked at Julie with a serious face. Although I really want to ask Julie why you came to me, before that, please allow me to ask a very serious question. Julie, who was overwhelmed by Noah's imposing manner, answered in a daze, and the ahog on her head trembled. Please ask. I hope you answer honestly, Noah said with a serious face. On the way here, did you meet anyone? Julie suddenly tilted her head, and the bell immediately shook, making a ding-ling sound. Then, Julie answered honestly. My room and Ivanley's room is not far from here, so we didn't meet anyone. It made sense. Julie was so cute. Her appearance at the entrance ceremony and when she entered the class had caused a commotion. If Julie's outfit was seen by the boys, there would definitely be an unimaginable commotion. Looking at how calm everything was now, Julie's outfit shouldn't have been seen by anyone. Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, making Julie still look at him in disbelief. What happened? No, it's nothing. Please don't mind it. Noah laughed dryly and then showed a puzzled expression. But, Julie, why are you looking for me at this time? The moment he said that, the ahog on Julie's head trembled again. Undoubtedly, her cute face didn't change at all. She still lacked emotions, but in that instant, Noah felt a sense of pity for her. Immediately after, Julie slightly lowered her head and said such a sentence. Without Noah in the room, I feel a bit lonely. Lonely? Noah scratched his cheek uncomfortably. But isn't there still Ivan? Yeah. Julie nodded her head lightly and stared at Noah without letting go. But lonely is still lonely. Okay. Noah, who was worried that he would be defeated under Julie's gaze, could only avoid Julie's burning gaze. He glanced at the pillow in front of Julie, and a thought emerged in his mind that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. You're not planning to come over and sleep with me, right? Yeah. This time, Julie's entire body emitted a pitiful aura, as if she was a little animal that was afraid of being abandoned by its owner. She stared straight at Noah. Can't I? If possible, Noah really wanted to answer no. But if there was someone in this world who could be so cruel to give such an answer at this time, Noah would be very impressed. At least, Noah was defeated in an instant, and he bitterly smiled. Only this time. Yeah. The ahog on Julie's head shook like a tail. Not long after, the lights in the dorm went out. Good night, Noah. Good night, Julie. Almost at the same time, Noah and Julie said good night to each other. Although Julie's voice and expression didn't change from beginning to end, Noah heard a trace of lightness in it. Obviously, Julie's mood was very good. Noah couldn't help but recall the time when he was still in the world of the Black Bullet. Those children who were still so innocent and cute despite being ostracized, and Xiaoshi and Tina, who often crawled into his bed. He reached out and patted Julie's head, and this also seemed to make Julie want to be closer to Noah. She tightly grasped Noah's sleeve, buried her head in Noah's arms, and whispered in a somewhat lonely tone. Daddy's smell. Is it? Noah's hand that touched Julie's head became more gentle. This was a child who yearned for love. Even if she had extraordinary looks and extraordinary strength, she still stayed in this dangerous school. This girl who never showed her feelings on her face didn't really have feelings in her heart. It should be said that it was the opposite, right? Therefore, the only thing that was consistent in Julie's appearance was probably her childish appearance, which fully expressed that this girl was still a child who needed love. So without thinking, Noah said, If you want, you can come to me at any time. Julie raised her head from Noah's arms and looked at Noah's eyes with a stunned expression. Only then did Noah realize what he had said and hurriedly added, It's only allowed when you feel very lonely. Julie, do you understand? Julie, who understood Noah's meaning, a pair of deep red eyes became bright in the darkness, and as if expressing gratitude, She hugged Noah tightly. "Ah, I'm so happy." On the other side, Noah, who was hugged by Julie, finally felt Julie's small but soft chest and a fragrance that became more intense due to the close contact. His body stiffened. At this time, Noah began to regret his words. In this way, the troubles that finally left Noah also returned, telling Noah that his life was still destined to be full of turmoil. However, at the same time, the faintly discernible loneliness also disappeared. Noah and Julie, who slowly fell into a deep sleep, had long forgotten. They forgot a person. Early morning, before waking up from his sleep state, Noah felt a dangerous aura lock onto him. At this time, Noah quivered and woke up, fiercely opening his eyes. However, a black shadow occupied Noah's entire field of vision and let out such a voice. "You're enjoying yourself, Noah." Hearing this voice, Noah's mouth slightly opened, his face stiff as he raised his head and looked at the face of the black shadow. Brown waist-length hair was tied into a long ponytail, hanging naturally behind her. Wearing the school uniform, a pair of gem-like eyes were half squinted, filled with a bone-piercing cold light, causing the temperature in the air to drop by a lot. The newcomer, if not Julie's true roommate, then who could it be? In order to show my strength in front of you in the new blade battle, yesterday, I especially worked hard to practice against Blaze. In the end, I didn't even take a shower before I was so tired that I fell asleep. Ivan clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead popped out. "And you actually kidnapped Julie to your room. It seems like you spent not a bad night." Sensing that Ivan's body was surging with an even more dangerous aura, firmly locked onto him, Noah failed to live up to his expectations and revealed a resentful smile, but after realizing that this was useless against the angry girl, he gave up and squeezed out a sentence. "Although I can roughly guess what's going to happen next, I still want to know, do I still have a chance to explain?" "Ha!" Ivan laughed, an extremely sinister laugh. "Minnie, say, no, E." After finishing his words, Ivan took a deep breath and shouted under Noah's slightly desperate expression, "You shameless bastard." The flustered and exasperated voice resounded throughout the entire dormitory. Chapter 213. Dusk, as if it wanted to devour the entire sky, crazily expanded. The shadow behind Noah was elongated by the setting sun. He looked up at the clock tower that could be clearly seen from within the school grounds or even from outside. It had been a long time since he saw the clock tower. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc that was full of fighting spirit. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Not long after, the clear sound of the clock tower's bell resounded through the entire sky. Like the thunder before a storm, it announced the start of the battle. It announced the start of the battle called New Blade Battle. Standing at the waiting area, determined by drawing lots, Noah clearly felt that the moment the clock tower's bell rang, the entire school's atmosphere became tense. Then, with dusk as the background, every place in the school flickered with light. It flickered with the light of a scorching flame that any surpasser would be familiar with. That was the phenomenon of a weapon that represented the soul obtaining a form in this world. And the appearance of this phenomenon also caused the tense atmosphere in the air to explode all of a sudden. Even without seeing it with his own eyes, Noah could imagine the scene in his mind. In the current school, those students who had materialized Blaze were running around in search of their opponents and advantageous terrain. In the new blade battle, the tripping twin blades that obtained an excellent result would receive the Ascension Ritual as a reward. Although he didn't know what kind of excellent result would count, he didn't need to think to know that only by defeating the other teams as much as possible would one be able to show off one's results. In order to obtain this opportunity to ascend, many students would probably go all out. It was even possible that they would choose to deal with other teams by hook or by crook. Noah didn't have the slightest interest in fighting with his classmates. After all, those students had only gone through physical strengthening training. Their combat training hadn't been thoroughly carried out yet. They only knew how to wield their blaze without knowing a thing or two about fighting. They simply couldn't be considered opponents. If he had to say who he was interested in, Noah would only be interested in the 3 pairs of tripping twin blades. Ivanli and Julie, Tachibana, Enya, Kajuriya Totoro, and Oki Hokasaki. Among the 3 pairs of tripping blades, Ivan had learned swordsmanship. Tachibana was a descendant of the famous Tachibana 18 arts. Kyuchi Totoro had learned martial arts from Kukui Totoro, and Julie seemed to have a certain degree of combat skills. Ivanya, who didn't have strong combat skills, had learned the breathing technique, which could play a certain role in battle. Therefore, Noah's fighting spirit was basically directed towards these 3 pairs of tripping blades. As for the other students, Noah had heard that there were 1 or 2 pairs of double tripping blades that were more experienced in sports. Their fighting strength was much stronger than the average student, but compared to the 3 pairs of double tripping blades that Noah noticed, there were still some shortcomings. It's been a long time since we last had a fight. After saying that, Noah closed his eyes and sensed the direction of someone's aura. Then he chose the closest direction and walked in that direction. Hiya, hiya, hi. In the spacious forest, several figures rushed out from the surrounding trees and bushes. They held weapons that had tree root-like patterns on their bodies. While shouting loudly, they rushed toward the figures standing in the middle of the open space, completely surrounding that figure. Punk. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a volcanic eruption force rushed into the sky. Like a gust of wind, it attacked the figures that surrounded the figure. While the branches and leaves on the ground were blown away, it also sent the crowd of people that surrounded the figure flying. After a burst of crackling sounds, the group of students that rushed out from the bushes to attack the people in the open space all fell to the ground. They didn't even feel any pain, as if their heads were numb and they fainted. Chi-chi, the weapons all over the ground, turned into flames and dissipated. The blaze that was obtained by materializing a soul would disappear when the wielder lost consciousness. And this was also the standard used to determine the outcome of a battle between surpassers. Looking at the students that were lying on the ground, Noah, who was standing in the middle of the open space, rubbed his head and helplessly shook his head. This time, there were 3 pairs of tripping dual blades that attacked at the same time. Along the way, Noah had already defeated 4 pairs of tripping dual blades. Among these 4 pairs of tripping dual blades, some chose to face Noah head-on, some chose to sneak attack, some used other methods, and some directly rushed in front of Noah and were directly knocked down by Noah. Noah didn't think that there would be people that chose to team up. However, it could still be considered as a method. Whoosh! Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly broke through the air and rushed behind Noah. The sharp weapon in the figure's hand turned into a black shadow and was mercilessly thrown in the direction of Noah. The gleaming sharp weapon tore through the air, bringing with it a sharp wind, and directly smashed down on Noah, who was in front of him. However, when the sharp weapon was less than 10 centimeters away from Noah's head, Noah's body immediately became like a leaf blown by the wind. He lightly floated along with the sharp wind and took a step back. Whoosh! The sharp weapon brought with it a powerful force, and it almost touched Noah's body as it fell. The airflow it contained blew all of Noah's hair back. Not a bad attack. With a calm appearance, Noah narrowly avoided the attack of the sharp weapon. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and his body suddenly retreated as if it was weightless. In an instant, he rushed forward with the sharp weapon in his hand and grabbed the arm of the figure behind him. Unfortunately, the attack trajectory is too simple and it can be easily seen through. Saying this, Noah used his strength and threw the attacker who was grabbed by the arm away. This was just a very casual movement. Therefore, the attacker adjusted his body mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at Noah with eyes full of helplessness. Sure enough, there's no way. Is it that easy? Saying this, the attacker did not lose his will to fight. Instead, he stared at Noah eagerly and raised the sharp weapon in his hand. It was a knife. It was a weapon unique to this country, the katana. As for Blaze, who was holding such a katana, his brown ponytail swayed in the air behind him. It was none other than Ivan. However, Ivanley was not the only one who came. Sha-sha. In the woods nearby, the sound of leaves rustling could be heard, and a few trees suddenly shook. Immediately after, two figures flashed out from the side and stood on the branches of the trembling trees. They looked down at Noah, who was in the middle of the field. They were two young girls with long, straight silver hair and beautiful, jet-black, long flowing hair. She had long, straight silver hair and two headbands with bells on them. She held a pair of dual blades in her hands. It was a weapon as thin as a pair of wings, the blade sword. The young girl with long black hair was tightly holding a chain with a water droplet at the front, the iron chain. Noah had confirmed these three blaze weapons on the list. However, this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes. Oh, looking at the three beautiful girls who were standing in a triangular formation, one on the ground and two on the tree, all of them aiming their weapons at him, Noah smiled. I didn't expect that you guys would join hands. We met on the way here. Tachibana, who was holding the iron chain, looked at Noah and pretended to smile casually. That's why we decided to form the alliance against Noah. Although Tachibana and I want to fight you one-on-one, as expected, we should join hands this time. Ivan revealed a sly expression. After all, we don't want to lose too badly. Yeah. Julie also raised her blade sword, her eyes full of seriousness. Because Noah is very strong. After saying this, the three girls suddenly looked at each other, and all of them took a step forward and threw themselves at Noah. Chapter 214. Pong. Amidst the three low and deep voices that sounded in unison, the two delicate figures standing on the tree branches gently pressed against the tree branches, transforming into black shadows that rushed down like bats hunting for their prey in the dark night. The only one standing on the ground, Ivanley, also flashed out in a short moment, like a meteor, directly in front of Noah. Noah raised his eyebrows when he saw that the three young ladies had all closed in on him in an instant. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly, and with a twist of his elbow, a whirlpool-like airflow rapidly agglomerated on Noah's fist. He viciously smashed it down on Ivan's figure, who had appeared in front of him first. The sharp wind contained in the fist directly tore through the air. Feeling the sharp sound of the wind breaking from the top of his head, although Ivanley's face changed, he did not lose his calmness. He suddenly raised his arm, and the katana in his hand immediately flashed an arc of light and heavily chopped towards Noah's incoming fist. Blaze is a strange weapon that only causes damage to the soul and does not cause direct damage to the human body. With such a point of view, Ivanley did not have the slightest intention of mercy and forcefully raised his katana and forcibly collided with Noah's incoming fist. Clang! The sharp katana directly collided with the fist, and unexpectedly, there was a sound of steel colliding with steel. Up! And at the intersection of the two, the powerful force that surged from Noah's fist slightly pressed Ivanley's body with the katana, making Ivanley let out a slight groan. Noah still maintained his indifference. The corner of his mouth curved, his left hand clenched into a fist and struck out like lightning, and suddenly stopped when it was less than half a meter away from Ivanley's chest. However, Noah's fist stopped, and under the guidance of the fist, the impact of the wind on Ivanley's body did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It turned into an invisible airflow, and without a trace, rushed into Ivanley's body, and then exploded in front of Ivanley. Dong! Goo! Ivanley let out a second muffled groan, as his body was forced back a few steps by the force of the explosion. And at this time, as if to replace Ivanley's attacking position, Julie, whose speed was much faster than Orange Bar, turned into a silver shadow and rushed towards Noah while Ivanley was retreating. However, no matter what kind of surprise attack it was, under Noah's powerful perception ability that ordinary people did not have, no matter how fast the attacker was, they could not escape Noah's perception. At that moment, Noah once again slowly clenched his fist. Without the slightest fanciness and without any technique, he raised it and directly blasted it. It was a move without the slightest bit of fancy, but it made Julie's cute face tense up. She raised the blade to her left hand, and a cold light flashed on the blade. As Julie suddenly swung it, it cut through the air and collided with Noah's incoming fist. Ding! Following a soft sound, the already thin blade sword suddenly surged with a force like a volcanic eruption, causing Julie's sword-wielding hand to go numb. Her diving figure seemed to have been pushed away as she was sent flying backwards. On the other hand, Noah's body only trembled, but his feet did not move at all. Obviously, in a competition of pure strength, Julie's petite figure was not just a little bit weaker than Noah. However, Julie, who had stabilized her body, was like a silver wolf ambushing an ambush. With a sound of breaking wind, her feet quickly touched the ground, and her body was like a ghost, constantly flashing around Noah's body. The blade in her hands occasionally brought about a burst of brilliant sword light, creating a sharp chong-chong sound of cutting. She danced like a storm of swords, enveloping Noah's entire body. Oh, Noah, who had not seen Julie's strength before, was slightly surprised that Julie was able to continuously attack with her sword. He did not choose to meet force with force, and instead, his feet touched the ground, and his body nimbly flashed left and right within the sword curtain, retreating. With Noah's current body strength, which was only equivalent to rank I, it was impossible for him to meet weapons like the katana and the blade head-on. The reason why he was able to meet force with force and force back the katana and blade was mainly because the blades did not directly harm the body, but only the soul. Therefore, even though Noah's use of his fist to block Ivan's katana and Julie's blade seemed very powerful, in reality, Noah really did feel that his soul was being attacked. It was as if his head had been heavily knocked, causing his vision to spin. Speaking of pain, it wasn't that painful, but it was as if one's consciousness had been disturbed, causing a feeling similar to motion sickness, which was very uncomfortable. Noah didn't want to be hit by the blaze that could deal such damage again. If that happened, he might really lose the battle. Choke. However, Julie didn't want to let Noah go. The blades in her hands were like two rotating windmills, and they fiercely chopped at Noah. Thus, the scene of a silver whirlwind of blades chasing after a pitch-black figure appeared in the vast open space. Under such circumstances, Julie's speed became faster and faster. As time passed, the silver blade whirlwind turned into a silver blade storm, slicing the leaves that landed on it into halves. However, at a certain moment, Noah's gaze suddenly focused. His body moved, and like a bolt of lightning that escaped from a storm, he flashed through the air and appeared on Julie's left. Raising his palm, Noah's hand blade carried a sharp force, and forcefully chopped at Julie's wrist, who didn't have time to react. Pah! With a smacking sound, Julie let out a small cry of pain. Her blade couldn't help but fall out of her hand, spinning and landing on the ground not far away. "You're really fast, Julie." Noah's voice drilled into Julie's ears as her eyes rippled with emotions. "Only, your attack is too light. It's too easy for others to see through it." The moment he finished speaking, Julie only saw a blur in front of her eyes. Noah, who was just on her left, spun like a top, his feet sliding in a semicircle. In front of Julie, he spun to her back. Immediately after, the hand blade in his other hand was raised and heavily fell towards the back of Julie's neck. If she was hit, Julie was afraid that she would be the first to fall in front of Ivan and Tachibana, just like Dajia. Xiao! Just as Noah's hand blade was about to land on Julie's neck, a ding-ling-ling sound was mixed with a sharp, piercing sound. It rubbed against the atmosphere, and like an arrow, it fiercely shot towards Noah's direction. It was a black shadow formed by the iron chain. Like a viper waiting for an opportunity to move, in a breath's time, the iron chain swept in front of Noah. Noah's hand blade that was chopping towards the back of Julie's neck was completely sluggish. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and he fiercely retreated. In the next moment, The iron chain that was faintly covered in a layer of faintly discernible flames flashed like lightning. With a blazing wind, it descended from above and landed on the ground. Pop! Amidst the sound of a whip hitting the ground that was heavily hit by the iron chain cracked, and a pitch-black pattern that looked like it was forcibly crushed by a tire that suddenly braked. Noah, who was retreating, subconsciously looked in the direction of the iron chain, and then he saw it. Standing on a tree trunk, Tachibana, who was pulling the end of the iron chain in his hand, shouted as he forcefully pulled back his iron chain. Now! The moment Tachibana's shout fell, a figure holding the hilt of a katana appeared behind Noah. As if waiting for Noah for a long time, he raised his katana and fiercely chopped towards Noah, who was retreating in his direction. At the same time, Julie, who was holding the blade sword in her hand, also rushed out. Her silver hair swayed, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of Noah. The blade sword and Tachibana, one in front and one behind, brought about a cold arc of light and violently chopped towards Noah's chest and back, like a pincer attack. Chapter 2:15. Clang! The fragmented blade sword and Tachi drew out a long sword light as they chopped towards Noah from the front and back. Feeling the sharp gale created by the fragmented blade sword and Tachi, which were like sharp blades pressing against his chest and back, Noah's deep and dark eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration and admiration. It had only been a week since the official double-tripping blade sword had been formed. In a situation where there wasn't enough time to start the lessons on cooperation, Ivanley and Julie were actually able to cooperate to such a degree. It was really hard to find fault with them. What was even more admirable was Tachibana. Whether it was Ivanley or Julie, although the two of them were very familiar with Tachibana, in terms of fighting, the three of them had no interaction at all. Even so, Tachibana was still able to find an opportunity to make a pincer attack for Ivanley and Julie. With such keen fighting instincts, people couldn't help but secretly praise him for being the successor of the famous Tachibana 18 arts. But what surprised Noah the most was Julie. This was because Julie clearly looked weaker than Ivan, who had learned the way of the sword, and Tachibana, who had inherited the 18 arts of orange flow in all aspects. However, in reality, Noah could tell. Ivanley, Julie, and Tachibana. Among the three girls, Julie, who had never seriously learned martial arts, was the strongest in terms of combat strength. With just a glance, Noah could tell that Julie had never learned martial arts. But Julie's swordsmanship was completely natural. Clearly, it was the same as when Noah and Alusha first learned swordsmanship. She had completely relied on herself to figure out her swordsmanship. To put it bluntly, other than Kyujiju Turyu and Oki Hokusaki, among the first years, Ivanley, Julie, and Tachibana had the strongest fighting strength. Of course, this didn't include Noah. No matter how good the three girls' coordination was, or how strong their fighting strength was, when faced with Noah, who had extraordinary perceptive abilities, combat experience, and fighting skills, they could only nurse a grievance. Suppressing the admiration for the three girls in his heart, Noah reached out a hand and pressed it on his chest. Ivanley, Julie, and Orange Bar, who were standing on a tree trunk not far away, narrowed their eyes at the same time. Wong! Shortly after, a white star pattern spun and expanded from Noah's chest and imprinted itself on Noah's chest. Bang! Scorching flames erupted from within and spread out in all directions. Blazing Fong. Following its owner's call, a revolver with white markings appeared from the blazing flames and was held in Noah's hand. Then, Noah, who was holding the revolver tightly, suddenly waved his hand around. Who? With a muffled sound of wind, a pitch-black arc flashed in the surroundings, solidly colliding with the incoming katana and katana. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, they collided with the black arcs of the katana and the katana, creating a burst of bright sparks on the sharp edges of the two blaze weapons. Clang! Unfortunately, The sparks flashed for less than 2 seconds before the katana that collided with the pitch-black arc were bounced back by a huge force. Goo! Ivanley and Julie, who were attacking Noah from both sides, had a look of discomfort on their faces as their bodies were also bounced back. On a tree trunk not far away, Orange Bar, who was watching Ivanley and Julie's pincer attack being neutralized, bit his lip. With a chi sound, the iron chain in his hand turned into a black shadow and shot toward Noah's direction. Bang! However, almost at the same time, in the midst of a loud gunshot, a pitch-black bullet pierced through the air and heavily collided with the water droplets at the tip of the iron chain. Clang! The pitch-black bullet and the water droplets with the iron chain bounced off each other in the midst of the sound of collision. Wah! On the tree trunk, Orange Bar sucked in a breath of cold air. Huh! At this time, Ivan and Julie, who had stabilized their retreating figures, once again charged forward. Holding their own blaze, they let out a shout. Their katana and fragmented blade emitted a cold aura as they waved their swords in the air, covering Noah's direction. Noah, who was standing still, had a flash of light in his eyes. He held the revolver tightly, and the body of the revolver danced out at an extremely fast speed. It once again turned into a circle of pitch-black arcs, and fiercely collided with the continuous sword curtain created by the katana. Bang! The continuous sword curtain was suddenly directly dispersed by the pitch-black arc that violently expanded. Dong! The shockwave spread out, and Ivanley and Julie, who were at the center of the shockwave, were shocked by the sudden burst of power from the katana in their hands, causing them to take 2 steps back. 1 against 3. Moreover, the 3 people he was fighting against were all first-year students who had outstanding battle prowess and were even among the best. Noah still didn't show any signs of being defeated. After 2 weeks, Ivanley, Julie, and Orange Bar finally saw with their own eyes how strong Noah was when he used the strength of a normal person to defeat a rank 3 school teacher. What's wrong? Noah, who was holding a revolver named Blaze, didn't point the gun at the 3 girls. Instead, he let out a provocative laugh. Is this the end? Ivan and Julie, who had retreated to a distance of 10 meters away from Noah, panted heavily. However, they still pointed their blaze at Noah from afar. It's not going to end so easily. Orange Bar was the one who shouted this. Yeah, as if in response to Orange Bar's call, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out beside Noah. Bang! A huge tree was smashed to pieces. Behind the huge tree, the figure that rushed out from the scattered pieces of wood was the girl with a weak personality but a beautiful figure. If someone were to see her right now, they would definitely not believe that she was the girl who had fainted during the physical enhancement class. Because at this very moment, this delicate girl was holding a huge assault spear in her hand, the cavalry spear. As its name suggested, it was a spear that was supposed to be used by knights on horseback. However, right now, you had used her super enhanced arm strength as a surpasser to hold it tightly and charge forward. You had once said that if she wanted to use her blaze, it would require a lot of stamina. It was precisely because Ya's blaze was such a huge cavalry spear that she needed to quickly increase her stamina. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use it at all. And now, the girl's hard work over this period of time had indeed turned into the power of the blaze in her hand. Against the terrifying, oppressive wind that made people's ears ring, it directly charged forward and violently rushed in front of Noah. His gaze focused. Noah suddenly raised the revolver in his hand and very accurately blocked the tip of the cavalry spear that was suddenly thrusting towards him. In the next second, the crazily thrusting cavalry spear violently stabbed into the body of the revolver that was blocking. Clang! A violent and crisp sound of collision rang out, and the impact turned into a storm with irresistible force, cutting through the ground and attacking in all directions. Screech! Amidst the shrill sound that made people want to cover their ears, the impact of the impact also madly flashed from the body of the revolver and the tip of the cavalry spear that came into contact with each other. Noah's expression changed for the first time. From the revolver, a wave of violent energy that made people unable to help but suspect passed through the body of the revolver and attacked Noah's body, causing Noah's arm to feel a little numb. Woo woo woo. You struggled to stand still and used all her strength to push the cavalry spear in her hand. She closed her eyes tightly and poured all her strength into this attack, venting it on Noah's body. The body of the revolver let out a creaking sound. Her feet were slightly lifted off the ground because of the pressure. Gotcha! The ground that Noah stepped on cracked with a sound that made people's scalp numb. The hand holding the spear gradually lost feeling, and Noah's gaze towards the charging you also changed. Chapter 2:16. Ooh, a gentle breeze blew through the forest, the air, and the open space that had become full of potholes. Ivanley, Julie, and Orange Bar, who were in a triangular formation, each held their own blaze. They looked at the center of the field and fell into a state of speechlessness. In the center of the field, who was holding a huge cavalry spear, sat on the ground and panted heavily. His face was slightly pale, and he looked like he was about to be burnt out. Needless to say, Ya's physical strength had been greatly consumed by using the huge cavalry spear. He was now at the point where he could not stand up. Noah stood in front of Ya, holding the revolver blaze in his hand. He then looked at his hand that had become numb from blocking Ya's attack. It was even slightly trembling. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Isn't this quite powerful? Ya, who was panting heavily, looked at Noah in a daze. Although it has a weakness that requires a large amount of stamina to use. Once you have sufficient stamina and arm strength to wield it, in terms of strength, your blaze is very likely to be the strongest amongst all the blaze. Noah extended his hand, which had just stopped trembling, in front of you. With such a powerful blaze, you still say that you are useless. You will be punished by the heavens. You stared blankly at the gentle smile on Noah's face that could not be stopped. Hearing Noah's words that sounded like he agreed with her, Ya's charming face turned slightly red. Her heartbeat also rapidly accelerated. She involuntarily reached out her hand and placed it on Noah's hand. Noah pulled slightly and pulled you up. Continue to work hard. Holding Ya's soft little hand, Noah said this sentence from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, even the soul in your hand will not be able to stand it. And Ya lightly nodded her head, then immediately nodded with force. I will work hard. Noah suddenly smiled, seeing that the tense atmosphere from before had completely dissipated due to Noah and Ya's inexplicably warm conversation. Ivanley, Julie, and Orange Bar each showed different expressions. Ivanley let out a long sigh and narrowed his eyes. Julie's hand that was holding the sword lowered. Her deep red eyes revealed an envious expression. As for Orange Bar, she stared straight at Noah and Ya's tightly held hands. Her charming face, like her tripping double blade, also slightly blushed, and she deliberately coughed. That from all aspects, young men and women should not hold hands so intimately. It's about time to let go, right? Only then did Noah and Ya react. They quickly let go of their hands at the same time and even put some distance between them. It's done. Noah adjusted his emotions, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He held the revolver and twirled it around. Do you want to continue fighting? Ivanley, Julie, Tachaba, and Ya looked at each other. Just as Ivanley and Orange Bar took a step forward and were about to say something to Noah, an extremely shrill scream resounded through the entire forest. The four girls present immediately felt their chests tighten, and their charming faces suddenly changed color. What? Ya, who was the most timid, had already hidden behind Orange Bar. What was that sound just now? Was someone defeated? Ivanley's face was also filled with shock. But that sound is too tragic. That did not sound like the cry of someone who was defeated in a normal battle. That cry was like the cry of someone who was on the verge of death. It contained indelible pain. Noah raised his head and closed his eyes. After sensing for a while, he suddenly opened them and looked in a direction not far away. Immediately, Noah crouched, and his body rushed forward like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Noah, Ivanley, Julie, Orange Bar, and you called out at the same time and immediately chased after him without hesitation. Noah, who was rushing forward, tightly held the revolver in his hand, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Noah was certain that the scream just now was not as simple as being attacked by the soul-damaging blaze. Indeed, when being attacked by the blaze, the person who was hit would feel pain for a moment, but that was only for a moment, and it was a very small feeling. Otherwise, Noah would not have used his hands to block Ivanley and Julie's blaze. Thus, Noah, who had personally experienced the effects of the blaze, could confirm that although the feeling of being hit by the blaze was very uncomfortable, it was only uncomfortable. It was not to the extent that it would cause one to scream so miserably. In that case, what was the shriek just now? With this question in mind, Noah increased his speed, and not long after, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A square with a fountain in the middle appeared in front of Noah. And in the middle of the square, several people stood there. First, there were 2 students wearing the school's uniform. The tall and short figures were Kyuju Totoro and Oki Totoro, whom Noah recognized. However, at this time, Oki Totoro was lying on the ground with wounds all over her body, and blood was still flowing out from her wounds. Kyuju Totoro hugged Oki Totoro, and his face was filled with anger as he looked in front of him. In front of Kyuju Totoro, a figure stood there. It was the figure of a girl wearing a maid outfit with rabbit ears on her head. Impressively, it was Teacher Little Rabbit. However, what made Noah's eyes constrict was that the usually cute and spoiled Teacher Little Rabbit was actually holding a huge sword in her hand. The blade was full of sawtooth, and, at a glance, one could tell that the sword had amazing lethality. Fong sword. Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped. Teacher Little Rabbit, who was holding the Fong sword in her hand, seemed to have heard a strange sound. She turned around and looked in the direction of Noah. When she saw that it was Noah, her eyes lit up, and her face was filled with excitement as she shouted, "Wow, I finally found you, my dear Exception." The voice was still the same voice that was filled with innocence. The tone was still the same sweet and spoiled tone. However, at this moment, Teacher Little Rabbit no longer gave off the feeling of being harmless. Instead, she was like the Fong sword in her hand, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hair stand on end. Noah was familiar with this aura. It was called Murderous Aura. Hey, can you wait for me over there for a while? Teacher Little Rabbit first smiled sweetly, and then her temperament suddenly changed, and the expression on her face became ferocious. Wait until I get rid of this guy who is in the way first. With a completely different rough tone compared to before, Teacher Little Rabbit raised the Fong sword in her hand and fiercely slashed at Oki Totoro, who was covered in wounds. Blaze! At this moment, Ninefold Totoro, who was holding Oki Totoro tightly, shouted angrily. Bang! Scorching flames and gorgeous star patterns appeared at the same time, covering Ninefold Totoro's body. Then, the Fong sword that suddenly fell heavily collided with a heavy piece of iron that protruded from the flames. Clang! In the sound of metal colliding, the flames were cut open by the Fong sword, and the scene inside was exposed to the air. The scene that appeared in front of him made Noah completely stunned, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He saw that on Ninefold Totoro's arm that was tightly protecting Oki Totoro, there was a piece of iron that looked like a beast's claw on it. Ninefold Totoro lifted it up and blocked the Fong sword that was coming down. A piece of iron that looked like a beast's claw, a shield. In the case where Blaze could only materialize as a weapon, it was absolutely impossible for Blaze to appear as a defensive tool. That was Ninefold Totoro's Blaze. Ha ha ha! Teacher Little Rabbit let out a fanatical laugh. You finally took it out. Ability. Noah, who had Blaze that shouldn't be a complicated revolver, was an exception. Ninefold Totoro, who had shield that shouldn't be a defensive tool, was an ability. The two of them were the same kind. Chapter 217. Bang! With a dull thud, Sakudri Bunny threw out a kick that landed heavily on Kyuju Totoro's body. Goo! Kyujuju Totoro carried Oki and flew backwards. His body drew a parabola and smashed into the ground not far away. Ah, you're too weak. Sakudri Bunny put the Fong sword on his shoulder with a sadistic smile on his face. Undoubtedly, you're the same kind. That exception is so strong, but you're so weak. Do you really have a supernatural ability? Kyujuju Totoro's face was filled with pain. He covered his abdomen with one hand, while the other hand, covered with a shield, protected Oki, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over her body. He stared at Sakudri Bunny. At this time, the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. On the other side of the forest, Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Nya quickly ran over. When they saw the scene, they froze on the spot and revealed a blank expression. Sakudri-sensei? Tachaba, who had a keen intuition, was the first to react. He stared straight at Sakudri Bunny. What's going on? Oh, so scary, so scary. Sakudri Bunny patted his chest pretentiously. Then, as if he was amused by himself, he violently laughed out loud. As you can see, I'm dealing with some special people. Dealing with? Special people? Ivanli looked like he couldn't react. What do you mean? Well, just think of it as my job. Just think of it as the job of some people who can't bear to see others being too good and need to deal with some students who have a better future. Sakudri Rabbit carried the Fong sword, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an evil smile. By the way, you're all on my target list. As soon as he said this, the four girls felt a chill run down their spines. Ivanli, Tachaba, Nya, except for Julie, more or less revealed a look of fear. Under such circumstances, Noah took a step forward and stood in front of the group of young ladies. His gaze was like an arrow, shooting towards Tsukini Bunny. No, more accurately, it should be said that he shot towards the Fong sword in Sakudri Bunny's hand. You used the blaze in your hand to cut Oki into that state, right? Noah laughed mockingly. What? Blaze can only damage a person's soul. That's a lie. From the beginning, Noah was strange that blaze couldn't damage a person's body, but it could only damage a person's soul. If blaze could only damage a person's soul, then why could it damage the surrounding environment? That didn't make sense. Faced with Noah's question, Sakudri Bunny shook her head exaggeratedly. No. Blaze indeed only damages a person's soul. That's the truth. But Sakudri Bunny raised a finger, as if he felt joy from the bottom of his heart, revealing a joyful expression. Once the user of blaze carries killing intent, malice, hostility, and the like, and has a strong desire to harm others, that person's soul will become a weapon. Isn't this a very natural thing? Okay, let's stop asking questions about the little brats here. She slowly raised her gaze and looked at Noah, who was looking straight at her. Sakudri Bunny revealed a malicious smile. I've been specially allowed to use a bit of my true ability to deal with you. Exception. Let me see if you can use the power of level 1 to defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakudri Bunny's body turned into a blurry shadow, dragging the huge Fong sword. With a fierce momentum, he rushed towards Noah amidst the group of girls' cries of surprise. The Fong sword in his hand cut through the air like a flash of black lightning, carrying a fierce wind that caused the atmosphere to fluctuate. Sakudri Bunny had a cruel smile on his face as he fiercely chopped down at Noah in front of him. The strength of the force was so strong that even the air under the sword was completely compressed. The low sonic boom was like the sound of an underground explosion, so oppressive that it was frightening. Noah's uniform was pressed tightly against his skin by the incoming strong wind. His eyes were fixed on the Fong sword that was getting closer and closer. When it was less than 20 centimeters away from his head, Noah's feet turned to the left and suddenly moved. Ho! The Fong sword fell with a loud bang, and with an extremely thrilling distance, it brushed past Noah's shoulder and fell to the air. Huh. As expected, you're different from those little brats. Exception. Undoubtedly, the attack fell to the air. However, Sakudri Bunny was not shocked, but happy instead. His ear-piercing laughter resounded in the surroundings. However, you better not treat me as the one kneeling at your feet who is about to enter the coffin and is still only a rank 3 trash. As he said this, Sakudri Bunny's left hand slightly twisted and heavily slapped the body of his Fong sword. Pong! The seemingly casual slap caused the Fong sword that fell to the air to be driven by a powerful force. It fiercely rotated, and like a cruel electric saw that cut life, it stirred up a cold wind and mercilessly cut towards Noah, who was close at hand. Clang! The sound of steel colliding with steel immediately rang out, and violent sparks burst out. Noah did not know when, but his own revolver was placed horizontally at his side, and it fiercely collided with the Fong sword that was like a windmill cutting towards him. The sparks that were ignited lit up Noah's indifferent face and caused Noah's entire aura to become ice cold at this moment. In the next moment, Noah suddenly clenched his fist, and like a heavy hammer, his arm shook, and mixed with a shock wind, he heavily smashed towards the chest of Sakudri Bunny, who was approaching in front of him. You actually attacked a young girl's chest? How ungentlemanly. Sakudri Bunny's malicious laughter still echoed, but he did not retreat and instead advanced. His left hand was also tightly clenched into a fist, and the strength of his entire body rapidly condensed on his fist. Soon after, he fiercely struck out, and it just so happened to collide with the fist that was smashing towards him. Pong! The two fists, one big and one small, fiercely collided, and a deep sonic boom suddenly echoed at the point of contact. A ripple that caused the air to fluctuate rapidly and spread out in all directions. Thump, thump. The force that could not be ignored suddenly hit Noah's body, causing Noah's chest to feel stuffy. His footsteps retreated step by step amidst the heavy stomping sounds. Every step caused a footprint full of cracks to appear on the extremely hard ground. After continuously retreating for a few steps, Noah's throat let out a low groan. His right foot fiercely stomped, and the hard ground where he landed instantly shattered into extremely small fragments, and his body stabilized. Feeling the slight pain from his hand, Noah raised his head with a slightly dignified expression and looked at Sakudri Bunny, who had only taken a small step back, and his brows tightly knitted together. In a head-on collision, Sakudri Bunny's strength was almost a level higher than Noah's. Needless to say, to be able to become a teacher of Haolang Academy, Sakudri Bunny must at least be the same as Dajia, rank 3. And, judging from his words, it seemed that Dajia's strength was not even as strong as Sakudri Bunny. To fight with an opponent who surpassed him in all aspects, was tyrannical in strength, and had rich combat experience, a head-on collision was definitely the most irrational thing to do. Of course, although it sounded complicated, in fact, the collision between Noah and Sakudri Bunny had only started in the blink of an eye, and ended abruptly in a moment. Therefore, only when the two separated did the rest of the people present react. Ivanli, Julie, and Orange Bar raised the blaze in their hands at the same time, and together with Noah, they stared closely at Sakudri Bunny. Their faces were serious and also nervous. Ya, on the other hand, was slightly at a loss as to what to do, and for a moment, she did not know what to do. Ninefold Tulu hugged Kue Hokusaki and carried his shield, and his face was full of anger. Ha ha! Only Sakudri Bunny's wild laughter echoed in the surroundings. Chapter 2:18. Amidst the piercing sound, the moonlit glass hair, whose entire body was covered by a dense airflow, shot out like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that the vigilant Ivanli, Julie, Orange Bar, Nine-Layer Totoro, and the others could only see a blurry shadow darting out. Under such circumstances, the moonlit glass hair laughed joyfully and directly raised the toothed sword in its hand. It actually ignored the others present and rushed in front of Noah, swung its arm, and mercilessly chopped down at Noah. Clang! The ferocious toothed sword chopped down like lightning, but was blocked by the revolver that was much smaller than it was. Chi, chi, chi. Immediately, the violent collision produced intense sparks, and a small shockwave spread out in all directions. However, this stalemate did not last long. In the next moment, Noah's face was tense, and the hand holding the revolver could not help but tremble. You actually dare to fight a high-level opponent head-on. You exception really don't know what's good for you. The moonlit glass hair sneered, and the toothed sword in its hand swung fiercely at Noah in front of it. The strong wind brought by the sword directly tore through the air, causing the sharp sound of the wind breaking to hurt people's eardrums. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the moonlit glass hair seemed to have transformed into an existence purely for the sake of venting its violence. In the midst of its violent laughter, the toothed sword in its hand continuously chopped out in an extremely short period of time. Every chop was extremely precise on a point of the revolver that Noah used to block, causing the crisp sound of the collision to almost condense into one sound, extremely orderly. Noah, who could only passively endure the moonlit glass hair's violent attacks, could only hold the revolver and retreat while try his best to block every single one of the moonlit glass hair's attacks. The hand holding the revolver had long been numbed by the huge force transmitted from the tooth sword, causing Noah's expression to become more and more serious. Noah, of course, knew that it was a very foolish thing to fight against an opponent whose rank was higher than his by so much. However, unlike Suketsunrubi's speed, agility, reflexes, and combat ability were far superior. In this way, even if Noah could rely on his outstanding sensing ability to preemptively predict the Moonglass Rabbit's attack, his rank-I body would not be able to react in time after restriction. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to use his amazing predictive ability to defend and dodge skillfully like he did against Daisuke, and then find an opportunity to deal a decisive blow. And this also told Noah, the Moonlight Glass Rabbit was definitely not as simple as rank 3. Otherwise, Noah, who only had the strength of an ordinary person, could deal with the rank 3 Noah. Now that he was at rank I, it was impossible for him to not be able to deal with the Moonlight Glass Rabbit's attack. Therefore, the Moonlit Glass Rabbit was definitely not just rank 3, it was at least rank 4. Furthermore, there was a possibility that what? Are you curious about what my rank is? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Suketsunrubi seemed to be able to see through Noah's thoughts under his dangerous face. While continuing to attack, he suddenly smiled. My rank is V. Noah's eyes tightened. Rank V. Suketsunrubi was actually a rank V surpasser. So didn't I tell you? Saying such a sentence, Suketsunrubi raised the Fong sword in his hand higher than ever before, and even stopped as if he was accumulating power. Don't treat me as the kind of trash that can only stop at rank 3 for the rest of my life. As soon as his voice fell, the Fong sword in Suketsunrubi's hand was like a black lightning bolt that fell from the sky, causing a terrifying sonic boom, dragging a long light as it suddenly slashed down. Looking at the momentum of this attack, Noah knew. With his current rank I strength, if he blocked it, his body would definitely be cut in half along with the revolver. This attack could not be taken head-on. However, even with Noah's current rank I speed, he was still unable to dodge this attack. At that moment, Noah could only grit his teeth, following the momentum of the revolver in his hand, aiming the revolver muzzle forward and pulling the trigger with all his might. Bang! Amidst the loud gunshot, the bullet that contained a terrifying power struck forward while the revolver muzzle spat out sparks. The moment he pulled the trigger, Noah's body leaped slightly, letting his body gently leave the ground, appearing to be in a slightly floating state. Thus, under the effect of the revolver that was more powerful than an anti-tank sniper rifle's huge recoil, the slightly floating Noah's body fiercely retreated back a distance. Almost at the same time, the unparalleled Fong sword suddenly slashed down, sweeping past Noah's original position and landing on the ground. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, the hard ground was directly split by the Fong sword. With an explosion, a huge crack was blasted open. Katcha! Noah, who had stabilized his body, directly raised the revolver in his hand and aimed at the face of Moonlit Glass Rabbit that was slashing down with the sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The pitch-black bullet shot out, piercing through the air, and flew straight towards Moonlit Glass Rabbit's face that was close at hand. The bullet that was constantly enlarging in Moonlit Glass Rabbit's eyes made her slowly shrink her pupils, and she forcefully turned her head. Shio! The bullet that did not lose its momentum brushed past Moonlit Glass Rabbit's cheek and swept to the back. Duh! At the same time, Noah forcefully tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body quickly retreated, creating a slight distance between him and Moonlit Glass Rabbit. Looking at Moonlit Glass Rabbit's gaze, a trace of a troublesome expression appeared. Can you see the trajectory of the bullet at such a close distance? Yu Jianli too touched her cheek. Because the bullet just brushed past her, there was already a wound that was emitting steam, and blood was flowing out. There's nothing to be surprised about. As long as you reach level 4, you can see the trajectory of the bullet, and I'm level V. Unless you directly put the gun to my head, don't even think about using the treasure in your hand to hit me. Moonlit Glass Rabbit licked the blood on her hand into her mouth and smiled tyrannically. Speaking of which, since your bullet brushed past my face, this means that you have the intention to kill me, right? Hearing this, Noah smiled indifferently. Or do you think that for an opponent who wants to kill me, I should be magnanimous and forgive the opponent with the awareness that I may lose my life at any time? You're really interesting. Exception. Moonlit Glass Rabbit laughed loudly. That's right. That's how a battle should be. Looking at Moonlit Glass Rabbit's wild laughter, Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Ninefold Totoro, who couldn't find a chance to intervene, could only grit their teeth and nervously stay where they were. Even Noah, who had extraordinary perception ability, almost couldn't keep up with Moonlit Glass Rabbit's movements, and was forced to meet force with force. Ivanli, Julie, and the others, even though many of them had combat experience, in a situation where all of them were level 1, they could only stare helplessly. Little did they know that when the group of onlookers could only stare helplessly, Moonlit Glass Rabbit's gaze glanced over. But I also have a job to do. So, before the fight, it's better to get rid of the guy who's in the way first. Saying this, Ugamli Rabbit suddenly shook his arm without any warning. Katcha! A bone-chilling mechanical cracking sound suddenly came from Moonlit Glass Rabbit's Fong sword. Immediately after, the toothed sword in Yu Jianli 2's hand broke and turned into pieces of blades. Like the scales of a snake, they separated from each other. Seeing this, Noah's mind shook. Moonlit Glass Rabbit's blaze was not a Fong sword at all. It was a snake belly sword that could be used as a long-distance attack like a long whip. In the next moment, Moonlit Glass Rabbit fiercely waved the sword in her hand. Whoosh! The separated snake belly sword immediately turned into a blurry black shadow, and like a whip, it violently lashed out, cutting through the air, and with the sound of wind breaking, it swept in the direction of the group of onlookers. Chapter 219. Rank I against Rank V. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. Perhaps there is no way to see the difference between the two ranks just by looking at it. But if you apply the Daybreak Star Pattern's multiplication method, then the difference is much clearer. Rank I enhancement is 10. Rank 2 enhancement is 20. Rank 3 enhancement is 30. Rank 4 enhancement is 40. As for the enhancement level of level V, it was naturally 50. If we assume that Noah and Tsukuyami's strength level is 1, after their respective Daybreak Star Pattern enhancement, the rank I Noah is 10, and the rank of Tsukuyami is 50. The difference between the strength of the two is more than 5 times. This is the calculation of the lowest boundary. After all, Noah really did use his ability to suppress his strength to the level of an ordinary level I, which was a strength of 10. And Tsukuyami need not think about it. To be able to become a teacher of this school, this person's strength level is definitely not 1, at least 5. Under the condition that his strength level is 5, after the Daybreak star pattern multiplied by 50 enhancement of rank V, Tsukuyumi's final strength is 250, which is more than 25 times that of the ordinary rank I strength of 10 Noah. Of course, this is only the result calculated from the strength level of Noah and Tsukuyumi. How much of the two people's true strength is also taken into account the battle experience, battle techniques, and the advantages of Blaze, etc. Whether it is battle experience or battle techniques, Tsukuyumi is far superior to Daisuke. Even if he is not as good as Noah himself, and does not have Noah's cheat-like sensory ability, but overall, Noah's strength can only barely contend with Tsukuyumi, and this is under the situation where he has the advantage of Blaze. Therefore, after seeing how much power the Moonlight Glass Rabbit had at rank V, Noah had the idea of releasing his power. As long as he could release his strength to the level of rank 3, Noah had the confidence to defeat the rank V Moonlit Glass Hair with the help of his superior Blaze and Revolver. However, that was under the condition that the power that Eugenly Rabbit had displayed earlier was all that she had. She had not hidden anything at all. Unfortunately, Eugenly Rabbit still had a trick up her sleeve. Snake Belly Sword. This was the Moonlit Glass Rabbit's true Blaze. Who, looking at the Snake Belly Sword that was like a whip whipping towards Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Ninefold Totoro who couldn't react in time, Noah's mind was instantly filled with a warm current. Noah did not even have the time to release the power of Limit. He lowered his body and tried his best to rush towards the direction of the girls and Ninefold Totoro. However, with Noah's current rank I speed, it was impossible for him to catch up to Tsukuyumi's attack that came without warning. Unless he could catch up to the speed of the Snake Belly Sword attack, the girls and Ninefold Totoro would definitely be seriously injured or even killed by this attack. Speed. Speed that could catch up. Speed. Noah, whose heart was filled with desire, unintentionally looked towards the direction of Ninefold Totoro. His mind immediately flashed back to the last time he fought with her during the physical enhancement training course. It was the predecessor of Noah's improved Annihilation Strike that Ninefold Totoro used. It had terrifying power and was able to send out a shockwave with a sure kill punch. With the scene of using Annihilation Strike appearing in his mind, Noah immediately tensed up his body and mobilized all the power in his body. However, Noah did not gather all the power in his body into his hands, nor did he assume a posture like a bow. Instead, he abruptly stepped out and gathered all the power in his body into his feet. The scene of using Annihilation Strike reappeared once again. But this time, the gorgeous golden light that emerged from the space did not converge on the user's fist. Instead, it followed Noah's movement of gathering all the power in his body into his feet and converged below Noah's feet. Immediately, Noah's feet seemed to have stepped on a vortex of brilliance and resolutely landed on the ground. Pong! Just like when using Annihilation Strike, a terrifying shockwave exploded under Noah's feet and blasted a crater in the ground. The shockwave that exploded under his feet turned into an extremely terrifying pushing force that fiercely pushed Noah away. In the next moment, with a thunderous sound, Noah's figure turned into a meteor-like light shadow. With a flash, he appeared beside the group of girls and Ninefold Totoro. Like a blooming brilliance, he covered the group of people. It was so sudden. When the meteor-like light shadow flew over and covered the group of people who were the target of Eugenly Rabbit's attack all disappeared in place. Whoosh! The Snake Belly Sword that violently attacked cut through the air, streaked across the space, and directly landed in the air. Eugenly Rabbit, who was holding the Snake Belly Sword that was less than 1/10 of its original strength, slowly withdrew her smile and then looked in another direction. There, Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, Ninefold Totoro, and the others who were still unable to react fell to the ground. As if they finally understood what had happened, they looked in front of them with a shocked expression. And only a step away from them, Noah, who was kneeling on the ground with one knee, lowered his head. A burst of brilliant brilliance spread under his feet and slowly dissipated into the air. Clang! Eugenly Rabbit raised the snake belly sword that was only left with the hilt in her hand. The scale-like blade that extended out like a whip immediately reassembled according to a regular trajectory. Then, Eugenly Rabbit looked at Noah and said in a deep voice, "What was that just now? Do you want to know?" Noah raised his head and looked at Eugenly Rabbit's eyes. His dark pupils flickered with a strange expression. "Although it's a skill that I just learned, you can call it leap. The ultimate goal of Annihilation Strike was to create a shockwave with terrifying power. Using the principle of Annihilation Strike, the shockwave would be condensed and spread out. Then it would explode under the feet to form a thrust, allowing the user to obtain a skill that could be called Terrifying Speed Leap. In a situation where his companions were in danger, Noah, whose strength had been limited, was able to comprehend such a skill. This was also a harvest that could only be achieved under the indirect influence of the limit ability. Otherwise, Noah, who had released his true strength, would have wanted to save his companions easily. It was absolutely impossible for him to encounter a similar crisis and obtain such a new comprehension in the midst of a crisis. Eugenly Rabbit seemed to have also seen that the leap that Noah spoke of was an ability that he had just learned. After staring at Noah for a while, she suddenly sighed. "You really aren't an ordinary person, exception." Saying such a sentence, Eugenly Rabbit slowly retreated, but her gaze remained on Noah's body. "Although I received the instruction to use my true strength, if I faced you, I originally thought that using the true usage of Blaze would probably be enough. Now it seems that if I want to get rid of you, it seems that I really need to use my true strength. I'll let you see." Stopping her retreating steps, Eugenly Rabbit slightly raised her chin and revealed a ruthless smile on her face. "Blaze's true strength. Blaze's true strength." Ivanly, Julie, and the others were all stunned. Noah's face slightly sank, making the ruthless smile on Eugenly Rabbit's face become more and more intense. "Don't blink, little brats." After saying that, Eugenly Rabbit fiercely raised the snake belly sword in her hand. The blades that were linked to it immediately extended out once again. It spun up and rotated above its master's head. Chapter 220. Amidst the vibrations in the air, the blade of the snake belly sword that soared into the sky began to connect head to tail. Like an Ouroboros biting its tail, it formed a ring and began to rotate at high speed. Wong wong. The sword ring, with a diameter of more than 3 meters, emitted a sharp, buzzing sound, causing the surrounding air to be stirred up like muddy water, causing the air to change color. It was a dark blue color that represented death. This dark blue sword ring that represented death spun crazily while stirring up the air, creating a strong wind as it floated above its owner's head. "What? What is that?" The expressions of Ivanly, Julie, Tachaba, Nine-Layer Totoro, and the others changed drastically. "Let me, as your teacher, teach you a lesson." Just like holding the crazily rotating sword ring, Moonlit Glass Hair raised the snake belly sword that only had its hilt left, and a ferocious smile hung on his face. Once a surpasser reaches level 4, they will be able to release the true power hidden within the Blaze Fong, just like mine. Amidst the wild laughter, an abnormally violent air current suddenly rippled above Moonlit Glass Hair. As the violent airflow became more and more violent, traces of substantial blue ripples rippled out from the sword edge ring above the Moonlight Glass Rabbit. In the end, the ripples wrapped around the sword edge ring and began to revolve crazily. A gale emerged and swept out in all directions. The gale was so fierce that even some of the larger rocks on the ground were blown away, causing the expressions of Ivanly, Julie, and the others to change abruptly. Their faces were filled with horror. Facing such power, Noah, who was kneeling on the ground with one knee, silently stood up. His dark eyes released a rare burning desire for battle. The true power of the blaze fong you speak of. Saying this, Noah tensed up his body and took a large stride forward. Like a longbow, he clenched his fist and suddenly pulled it behind him. Let me have a look. Seeing Noah's posture, Ivanli, Julie, and nine-layer Totoro were shocked. Whoa. In the next moment, the space around the fist that Noah had pulled behind him suddenly shook. Specks of dazzling golden light appeared and gathered on it. Not long after, it condensed into a golden vortex that suddenly rotated. Seeing this scene, Eugenli Rabbit's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole, but soon revealed a fanatical smile, feeling that the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. It had been a long time since Tsukujijiri Bunny had experienced this kind of blood-boiling feeling. Huh, come on. Laughing loudly, the airflow above the moonlight glass rabbit's head became more and more chaotic, and the sword ring spun even more crazily. In the end, only a faint blue ring of light could be seen floating there. Looking at the blue light that almost filled the entire arena, Noah clenched his fist even tighter. Suddenly, the whirlpool around Noah's fist became violent, causing the atmosphere to slightly distort. Let's decide the victor. Exception. Tsukujijiri Bunny's arm fiercely shook, and the snake belly sword's hilt pointed to the sky, causing the sword ring floating above to make a whooshing sound. Immediately, Tsukujijiri Bunny suddenly swung the snake belly sword's hilt down. Bite him to death. Crazy snake ring. Amidst the loud shout, the crazy snake ring floating above Tsukujijiri Bunny's head was like an erupting volcano. It trembled, and with an incomparably sharp and ear-piercing explosion and a bright blue light, it cut through the air and shot towards Noah in front of it. Kaka! Wherever the blue light passed, the ground cracked inch by inch and stirred up the air. It was mixed with the aura of death as it shot past. Noah's pitch-black pupils were almost completely covered by the blue, resplendent radiance. As the target of the wild snake ring, Noah could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the blue sword ring. With that kind of power, he believed that even if it was a building, it would definitely be cut in half. However, Noah's heart was strangely calm. He did not choose to release the power of limit, nor did he choose to dodge. Because the victor, it will only be me. Slowly taking a step forward, the veins on Noah's arm were like wriggling little snakes. In an instant, they sharply swelled up, causing the whirlpool around his fist to suddenly expand. Send it flying. Destroy it. Almost as if in response to Noah, a burst of golden light that was of the same origin as the whirlpool around Noah's fist converged under Noah's feet. Immediately after, it suddenly exploded, shaking up a violent force, causing Noah to turn into a stream of light. With an irresistible force, it violently shot out. The distance between the gorgeous stream of light and the blue halo was instantly closed. Soon after, two terrifying attacks that seemed to be able to burn mountains and boil seas collided with each other like meteorites under the abruptly tensed nerves of the group of spectators. Heaven and earth suddenly became silent. But not long after, in the center of the collision between the stream of light and the halo, a violent shockwave erupted. Bang! The silence that lasted for only a moment was completely gone. Like a catastrophe, the shockwave exploded in the center of the collision like an explosion. The terrifying shockwave seemed to be able to cross the heaven and earth, causing the atmosphere to become dry and scorching. Like a storm descending from the sky, ripples blew in all directions. Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and hurriedly raised their hands, subconsciously blocking in front of them, but their bodies were blown back again and again. Goo! In order to protect Kukui Hokusaki, ninefold Totoro hurriedly hugged him. But because of this, his body became unstable and was tragically directly blown away, crashing into a tree trunk at the side. And when the spectators were unable to protect themselves, in the frenzied shockwave that pervaded the entire area, a figure violently retreated from it. His figure was slightly embarrassed, and his hand was still holding the snake belly sword that only had the hilt left. He gritted his teeth, withstood the chaotic airflow that was blowing towards him, and tried his best to stabilize his body. That was, of course, moonlit glass hair. The next moment, a sharp sound of wind breaking resounded, causing moonlit glass hair to raise his slightly embarrassed face. At the same time, the shock wave that pervaded the sky suddenly squirmed, and a figure violently rushed out from it. His figure was also extremely embarrassed. However, in a situation where even his clothes had become tattered, the existence that rushed out from the shockwave still had a pair of deep eyes rolling with scorching battle intent. He raised his fist that was still spinning with a golden vortex, and the gorgeous brilliance under his feet shook. His figure turned into a golden light, and fiercely chased after moonlit glass hair who was retreating. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of moonlit glass hair. Exception. As Eugene Li Tu's expression changed drastically and she screamed, a fierce light flashed in Noah's eyes. On his fist, a beautiful vortex of air surged crazily. It was mixed with an incomparably ferocious shockwave. Under Eugene Li Tu's shocked gaze, it heavily landed on her abdomen. Bang! A low, muffled explosion that made one's heart tighten reverberated in the air above the entire square. Ugh! Receiving such a heavy blow without any defense, moonlit glass hair involuntarily let out a muffled cry. His figure was like a bird that had its wings broken, or a kite that had its string broken, as he flew backwards. Bang! In the end, moonlit glass hair fiercely smashed into the ground not far away, smashing a deep hole in the ground, stirring up thick smoke that covered the deep hole in his body. Ha! 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 Landing from midair, Noah, who stood steadily on the ground, his chest undulating as he panted heavily. His fist that had dispersed the vortex of air seeped out blood, dripping onto the ground. His arm was still trembling. Obviously, in the clash with the crazy snake ring just now, Noah, who had exhausted all his strength to use the annihilation strike, had also suffered quite a bit of damage. However, for a rank I to challenge a rank V and only receive this amount of damage, it was already something worth celebrating. Not far away, Ivan Lee, Julie, Orange Bar, 9 Layers, Totoro, and the others looked at the constantly panting Noah, as if they had yet to wake up from the frightening collision just now, and did not speak for a long time. Chapter 221. At night, in the school's healthcare room, Noah, who was sitting on the hospital bed, stretched out his hand, which was slightly injured after using Annihilation Strike against Sakudri Bunny's wild snake ring. Blood was still seeping out of his hand. He held it flat in front of him. In front of Noah, Ivan used a bandage to wrap around Noah's outstretched hand, bandaging Noah's hand until only his fingers were exposed. The palm and the back of his hand were all wrapped under the bandage. After a while, he finished. Ivan seemed to have never done such a job before. He held Noah's bandaged hand and looked back and forth. Is this all right? It's not a big injury. There's no need to wrap it so carefully. Noah took back his hand and moved his palm slightly. What's more, after being strengthened by the Daybreak Star pattern, the recovery ability is also very amazing. This kind of injury should be healed in a few days, right? In fact, if Noah did not use the limit ability to suppress all his abilities, no matter how serious the injury, it would be healed in an instant. After all, Noah's body has already been strengthened by who knows how many times the protozoa virus has strengthened his body. Even if it's a broken hand or a broken leg, it may be able to recover. Therefore, for Noah, this kind of injury, which was equivalent to a broken skin, was really nothing. But Noah raised his other hand and looked at the bandage wrapped around the other hand, except for the 5 fingers, and laughed bitterly. This way, both of my hands are wrapped in bandages. People who don't know will think that I'm seriously injured. The bandage on his left hand was to cover up the scars from when he was a child. At that time, Noah had not been strengthened by the protozoa virus. Therefore, unless Noah directly cut off all the scars on his left hand, the scars would not disappear even if he released his body's regenerative ability. Fortunately, the injury on his right hand was not to the point where it would leave a scar. It should be healed in a few days. Noah. Julie approached, her deep red eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? It's just a small wound. Noah shook his head and rubbed Julie's head lovingly with his bandaged hand. Don't worry. Yeah, I can't believe you can still be so carefree. Ivan sighed. Don't forget, we were almost killed. Ivanley's words caused the atmosphere in the room to become heavy. After defeating the moonlit glass rabbit, Nine-Layer Torrance decided to hand the opponent over to the academy and leave with the moonlit glass rabbit. Kue Tokusaki was entrusted to Noah's group by the ninefold Tokusatsu. She was brought to the infirmary by Noah's group. Now, she was lying on another bed with bandages all over her body. Therefore, in the infirmary, other than Nine-Layer Torrance, who brought the moonlit glass rabbit to the academy, the rest of the people who were present were here, including Noah, who came to bandage the wound on his hand, Ivanley, who helped Noah bandage his wound, Julie, Orange Bar, and yeah. In the end, why did Teacher Tsukini attack us students? You asked worriedly. She said it was work or something. What does that mean? Teacher Tsukini seems to have said that she wanted to get rid of some promising students. Orange Bar analyzed seriously. Could it be the actions of some criminal organization that has something against the Dawn organization? This wasn't impossible. The Dawn organization was a research organization on the surface, but the content of their research was the Dawn star pattern, which could turn humans into surpassers with extraordinary power. Of course, it was impossible for the country not to covet surpassers with extraordinary power. Therefore, the Dawn organization was also secretly involved in the security work of the country. The surpassers who graduated from Holang Academy would be invited to join the Dawn organization and become a member of the security force of the Dawn organization. They would work for the country in the Dawn organization. It was also because of this that the project of the Dawn organization that Noah saw when he hacked into the country's database was classified. It was because the Dawn organization was a secret force hidden by the country and had a close relationship with the country. Naturally, a lot of criminal gangs couldn't stand the existence of the Dawn organization's security force. It was an object that could pose a serious threat to them. In this way, it was reasonable for a criminal gang to deliberately arrange for people to infiltrate the academy and get rid of promising students who might become the core members of the security force in the future. Ivanley, Julie, and you seemed to agree with Orange Bar's words and nodded one after another. Only Noah had a mocking smile on his face. Work. In the director's office of the academy, a man in a suit closed a document with a blank expression and ended his report. The above is the report of this time's new blade battle. Sitting at a luxurious desk, in front of the man in the suit was a girl in a dark gothic lowly costume. She was the director of the academy. 99 Lunar Nights closed her eyes slightly, as if she was digesting the information reported by the man in the suit. Sangwa, how is Glass Rabbit? The injury is very serious. The man in the suit named Sangwa said calmly. Even with the recovery ability of rank V, if you want to recover, it will take a long time, right? Is that so? 99 Lunar Nights murmured. It's really surprising. Are you talking about the exception? Sangwa's expressionless face also showed a look of surprise. It's really surprising. Not only did he defeat Daisuke with the strength of an ordinary person, but he also defeated Daisuke when he was at rank I. That's an opponent who even released Blaze. The gap between each rank was very large. Just a small difference of one rank, but the difference in ability was several times more than what it was before. A difference of one rank was already like this. If there was a difference of 2 ranks, then the difference couldn't be said to be hopeless, but it was clearly palpitating. In this way, in a situation where there was a difference of 4 ranks, he still defeated a high-ranked opponent. Moreover, it was an opponent who released the true strength of Blaze. Anyone would be surprised. Almost every year, we will arrange for a rank 3 to snipe the more outstanding students in the new blade battle of the freshmen, using a more violent method to test and promote the growth of these students. Sangwa pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a newly born rank I to defeat a rank 3. In the past, the only one who was able to defeat a rank 3 was the special. However, even the special was only able to defeat a rank 3 when he was at rank I by relying on his special blaze. The special, on the other hand, was able to defeat a rank 3 with the strength of a normal person. In order to give him a bigger test, I specially allowed Glass Rabbit to not suppress her strength to rank 3. She could use a little bit of her true ability. 99 Lunar Knight's eyes flashed. In the end, the level V who used all his strength was defeated by a level 1. 99 Lunar Knights obviously knew that if he didn't have the Annihilation Strike and the Great Leap that he comprehended on the spot, then with Noah's rank I strength, there was absolutely no way he could defeat a rank V who released the true strength of Blaze. However, in the end, relying on the strength of the Annihilation Strike and Great Leap, Noah still defeated rank V. This was an indisputable fact. Speaking of that special, there is news from England. Sanguis suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It is said that the young miss has already left her sister school in England and boarded a helicopter to head over here." 99 Lunar Knight's hand movements slightly paused, and he somewhat helplessly smiled. It must be because she knew that there were two of her kind here, so she impatiently rushed over. After all, that young miss is quite willful. Sanguis slightly lowered his head. Moreover, perhaps that young lady is here because of that exception? That's true. 99 Lunar Knights let out a somewhat joyful laugh. The exception and the special, they're the real kind. Chapter 222. A cold breeze blew in from afar, hitting the balcony outside the dormitory lounge, causing the air to become slightly chilly, causing people to involuntarily shiver. At a certain moment, the door to the balcony was opened, and Noah walked out from the bustling lounge. He came to the balcony and looked into the distance. Although the academy was not brightly lit at night, there were still lights flashing everywhere. From afar, Noah could see that some people were working in some corners of the academy, restoring some potholes and damaged areas to their original state. The damaged areas were all caused by the first years in the academy during today's new blade battle. Some of the damaged areas were relatively small and would probably be restored by tomorrow. Some of the damaged areas were relatively large, and even if Noah and the others went to school, they might not be able to be restored. Looking at the people who were working in various corners, Noah raised his right hand that was wrapped in bandages and shifted his gaze to it. In the battle with the Moonlight Glass Rabbit, Noah only received a superficial wound on his hand, but the harvest was huge. Leap forward. This skill was comprehended by using the principle of Annihilation Strike, which allowed Noah's speed to soar who knows how many times. This harvest was indeed huge. After all, whether it was Annihilation Strike or Leap Forward, they all relied on the principle of the shockwave to be used. And the power of the shockwave was completely dependent on how much power the user could mobilize. That is to say, Annihilation Strike and Leap Forward, even if Noah released all the power in his body, they would still be very useful. If Noah used Annihilation Strike and Leap Forward with his real physical strength, the effect should be extremely terrifying, right? Annihilation Strike could give Noah extreme strength. Leap Forward could give Noah extreme speed. These two abilities could greatly increase Noah's strength. Being able to secretly learn and improve Annihilation Strike from 9-layer penetrations was already a good harvest. In addition to the Leap Forward that he learned, was it not worth it to pay a small price for it? And this experience also allowed Noah to see another benefit of Limit. As long as he could use the ability Limit flexibly, the chances of learning a new ability or new skill at a critical moment like today would greatly increase. Although it was very likely that there would be dangers in the future after deliberately limit the power, but the amount of effort, the amount of reward. This could be considered a rather risky benefit. In order to use Limit flexibly, I must hone this ability. After coming to such a conclusion, Noah clenched his fist because he felt that he was indeed growing and revealed a happy smile. At this moment, a soft voice sounded from behind Noah. "It's a bit cold. What are you doing in this place?" Saying such a sentence, the owner of the voice came to Noah's side, and together with Noah, they looked into the distance. The brown ponytail behind him swayed in the breeze, and Ivanley's gem-like eyes seemed to be blooming in the dark night, making Noah could not help but look. With this glance, Noah also saw Ivanley's somewhat complicated expression. "What's wrong?" Without thinking, Noah asked, "Is there something on your mind?" "Something on your mind?" Ivanley showed a wry smile. "But you, after experiencing today's events, you actually did not have any reaction. Isn't that strange?" Hearing this, Noah was silent. Obviously, Ivanley was concerned about today's events. Although he did not know what the so-called work that Eugenely Rabbit mentioned was, but it was a fact that the students in the school were being targeted. Even if not all of the students were good, being targeted by people who could take your life at any time, that feeling was not something that ordinary people could understand. Before Ivanley was implanted with the Dawn Star rune and became a surpasser before entering this school, she was just an ordinary girl studying in an ordinary middle school. Now, knowing that her life was being targeted by some people in this school, ordinary people would definitely choose to drop out of school. Ivanley did not make this choice in the first place. But that did not mean that Ivanley was not afraid. But even so, Ivanley still did not choose to leave the school immediately, and now, because of this matter, she was still worried. Noah could only think of one possibility. "Is there a reason?" Noah looked into the distance without looking back and said softly, "Is there a reason that you must stay here?" This time, it was Ivanley's turn to be silent. After a long while, Ivanley's voice sounded again, pretending to be spirited. "Although I don't really want people to know, especially Noah, but as expected, if I don't pour my heart out a little, I might not be able to sleep tonight." After saying that, Ivan's next sentence made everyone doubt their ears. "I want to make money. Make a lot of money." The extremely unscrupulous answer made Noah stunned, and his face also showed a surprised expression. Of course, being surprised was just being surprised, but Noah still chose not to interrupt. Although he only knew Ivanley for about 2 weeks, Noah believed that he knew Ivanley quite well. Therefore, Ivanley should have her reasons for saying such words. "My family actually has a small factory, and the operating situation is not so optimistic, but rather, it is very difficult." Ivanley seemed to be aware of Noah's thoughts. She smiled very gently and said in a very distant tone, "The people around us have been advising us to close the factory as soon as possible. If we continue to operate it without experience, it will only bring an unimaginable burden to the family. However, my father is unwilling to give up this factory that my late grandfather built with his life. He's been working hard until now. I love my grandfather very much." Ivanley's voice seemed to be very far away, but when she said this sentence, she was unusually determined. "So, I also support my father's idea of keeping the factory, and I really want to help, even a little." Hearing this, Noah remembered. On the first day of school, when the news that every student would receive 100,000 yen a month for living expenses came out, Ivanley immediately asked if she could send the living expenses back home. Was it because of this reason? Not only that, this should be the reason why Ivanley stayed in this school. Only 1 out of 1,000 people will have the ability to adapt to the daybreak star pattern and become a surpasser. The number of surpassers who can study in the academy for 3 years and graduate after 3 years of training are even fewer, Noah said with relief. But the Dawn Organization security force can only be joined by those who graduated from the school, which makes people very precious. In order to keep as many surpassers as possible, the Dawn Organization security force member salary is surprisingly high. That's why I came. Ivanley smiled with relief. As long as I join the Dawn Organization after graduation and become a member of the security force, I will be able to earn enough income to rebuild the factory. And now, the school also accepted my request and remitted more than half of the monthly living expenses to my family account. It can be said that only by staying here, I can achieve my goal and revitalize my family's factory. Coming here, I don't regret it all. Ivanley's eyes slightly dimmed. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to survive in this environment. Ivanley was afraid that he would be killed like today. But what Ivanley was really afraid of was not death. But if he died, he would not be able to achieve his goal of revitalizing his family business. It was because of this that Ivan was so worried. Noah, who understood everything, suddenly smiled. Ivanley will be fine. Ivanley was stunned. Don't be afraid. Noah showed a gentle tone. I will protect Ivanley. Ivanley looked at Noah in a daze. After a while, he finally smiled. Then, Ivanley slightly moved closer to Noah and leaned his head on Noah's shoulder. Thank you. Noah shook his head and continued to look into the distance. The night was still going on. Chapter 223. The school's cafeteria felt more like a restaurant than a cafeteria. It wasn't that the school's cafeteria was high-end. It was just that the students in the school would choose to have a drink or even black tea after eating here. They would sit together before class and chat about everything, giving people the atmosphere of a cafeteria. Studying in this school was free of tuition, food, and accommodation expenses. Therefore, no one would worry about whether to drink a cup of tea or order a dessert in order to save money. Naturally, the students were also happy to gather here to enjoy the leisure after a meal. Some people had already started their daily dessert time, while others were still eating breakfast. At a certain moment, most of the eyes in the cafeteria were focused on the entrance of the cafeteria. He's here, he's here. He's the exception, right? The famous one among the freshmen. He's a bit handsome. Amidst the rustling of conversation, Noah, who was in uniform, walked in from the outside. Under the gazes of almost everyone present at the same time, he walked in calmly while sighing in his heart. Noah had long been used to being the center of attention. After all, in the world of the Dark Bullet, because of his identity as the cursed child Shelter, Noah's existence was widely known in every sense of the word. No matter where he went, as long as someone recognized him, he would be the center of attention. However, in that world where there were people who rejected the cursed child, most of the time, Noah received the kind of attention that was full of malice. Compared to those full of malice, the students in the school mostly looked at Noah with curiosity, and there were very few with malice. For Noah, who was used to the malice of others, the attention of the students in the school was more comfortable. However, if possible, Noah really didn't want to be watched while eating. He believed that even if it was another person, the other person would definitely have the same idea. Although he said so, even if he cared, he couldn't do anything. Therefore, as long as there was no problem, they could just walk over in a dignified manner. With this thought in mind, Noah walked to the dining area as if nothing had happened. The school cafeteria basically provided 3 types of meals. First was Set A, which consisted of white rice and meat. The second was Set B, which consisted of white rice and fish. Finally, there was a buffet where they could choose their favorite side dishes from a total of 50 types of food, including Japanese, Western, and Chinese. Although Set A and Set B were carefully designed by the staff in charge of nutrition management in the cafeteria, the free choice of the buffet was undoubtedly more popular. Nearly half of the students only put the dishes they liked on their plates, without considering whether the nutrition was balanced or not. Noah wasn't particularly picky about food, but it was also a kind of happiness to be able to choose the dishes he liked. In this regard, Noah would not treat himself unfairly. At that moment, Noah took one of the Japanese, Western, and Chinese dishes that he liked. Then, he added a bowl of white rice and a bowl of miso soup. With this meal that was neither Chinese nor Western, he found a seat and sat down. Found it! At this time, a slightly cheerful voice sounded behind Noah. He saw, led by Ivanley, Julie, Orange, and other girls who had a good relationship with each other, holding plates in their hands. Under Ivanley's command, they walked towards Noah together. Whether it was Ivanley, Julie, Orange, or they were all very good-looking girls. These 4 girls gathered together. Suddenly, the same treatment as Noah just now was taken care of on this group of girls, attracting the attention of almost everyone in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, unlike the curiosity that occupied most of the eyes when looking at Noah just now, this time there was no curiosity in the eyes of the girls, only amazement. Then, when the group of girls all sat down around Noah, their gazes changed from amazement to envy. Of course, this envy was directed at Noah. Without asking if Noah agreed or not, Ivanley and Julie sat on Noah's left and right respectively. Orange and Nya hesitated for a moment, then sat down opposite Noah and Ivanley. Ivanley just sat down, glancing at the dishes on Noah's plate, and made such a sound. As expected of a guy, he really eats a lot. Noah took a bowl of white rice, 3 dishes, and a bowl of miso soup. Among them, the 3 dishes almost filled up a small plate. Ivanley, Julie, Orange, and Nya all only took 2 dishes that could fill up a small plate. Apart from Orange, who added an extra bowl of white rice, Ivanley added soup, Julie added bread, and Nya added rice balls. Compared to Noah, who had filled 3 small plates, the girls, who had only filled 1 small plate, ate very little. Especially Julie, who overwhelmingly ate a lot less than the others. The small plate was basically filled with vegetables. So, Julie looked at her plate and then at Noah's plate. After a while, she said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Should I eat more?" "Don't ask yourself to eat more." Noah reached out and habitually patted Julie's head. "As long as you can eat." "Ah." Julie nodded her head lightly. "Huffed." On the side, Ivanley, who was watching Noah and Julie's interaction, let out a light snort. "Noah, you're so good to Julie. If you look at it this way, you're just like Julie's brother." Orange had a knowing smile on his face. "Aren't you afraid of spoiling Julie?" "Why would I?" Noah replied, unhappily. "You all know how strong Julie is, right? But it feels good to have someone dote on you." You couldn't help but blurt out as she watched Noah stroke Julie's head. Julie's face was expressionless, but the ahog on her head was swaying. She seemed to be very happy, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Really, I'm so envious." "Envious?" Ivanley, Julie, and Orange looked at you strangely, which made you realize what she said. She blushed and lowered her head, almost burying it into the pair of huge softness in front of her chest. Seeing this, Noah smiled bitterly, but suddenly felt a pain in his ribs. Someone pinched him. "Humph." Ivanley nonchalantly picked up the soup and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Noah touched his ribs where he was pinched and could only roll his eyes at Ivanley. Ever since that night, Ivanley poured out his heart's desire to Noah. Ivanley often did things similar to today. Sometimes he would vent his anger on Noah over some small matter, and sometimes he would be abnormally happy because of Noah's careless and considerate actions. His mood was constantly changing. This naturally made the distance between Noah and Ivanley much closer, but it also made Noah suffer from some unknown pain from time to time. Thinking of Ivanley's confession that night, Noah couldn't help but look at Julie. After that day's experience of being attacked, Noah's group didn't choose to drop out of school because their lives were in danger. Ivanley insisted on staying because he needed to revitalize his family business. Orange Bar was the descendant of a martial arts family. Just being targeted was not enough to make the successor of the Orange 18 Arts Retreat. Although Ya's personality was a bit timid, she also wanted to prove herself to convince her to stay. But what about Julie, this child who seemed to need the most care? For what reason did she want to stay even if her life was in danger? Perhaps feeling Noah's gaze, Julie turned her head and her deep red eyes met Noah's eyes. "Noah, it's nothing." Noah suppressed the doubts in his heart, patted Julie's head, and said to the group of girls, "Okay, let's hurry up and finish breakfast." Saying this, Noah's eyes burst out with a bright light. "Don't forget, we're going to upgrade the sublimation instrument today." Ivanley, Julie, Orange Bar, and Ya's eyes lit up. They nodded and began to eat seriously. Chapter 2:24. Almost a week had passed since the end of the new blade battle. During this week, the teacher in charge of the first years, Sakudri Bunny, had taken a leave of absence due to some matters. Temporarily, a teacher named Three Kingdoms was teaching the first years. And this so-called leave of absence due to some matters was also what Three Kingdoms said when he came to substitute for the first years. Regarding this statement, Ivanli, Julie, Tachaba, and Kyuju Turyu, who had witnessed the fierce battle between Noah and Sakudri Bunny on the day of the new blade battle, were full of doubts. Logically speaking, this kind of dangerous person who deliberately attacked and harmed the students of the school should be directly expelled by the school, or even locked up as a criminal. Now, what was this leave of absence due to some matters all about? This question troubled the group for an entire week. However, this did not include Noah. Noah maintained an indifferent attitude towards the Three Kingdoms statement from the beginning to the end. Even when the group of girls discussed this matter in private, Noah had always maintained an indifferent attitude, which made the group of girls puzzled. In a situation where they could not figure it out, the group of girls simply stopped thinking about this question and focused their attention on the other news brought by Three Kingdoms. According to what Sakudri Bunny said before, the tripping double blades who achieved excellent results in the new blade battle would have an additional chance to obtain the Ascension Ritual. On the first day of the first year's substitute class, in addition to bringing the news that Sakudri Bunny had taken a leave of absence due to some matters, the list of students who achieved excellent results in the new blade battle was also announced. Those who could obtain an additional chance to obtain the Ascension Ritual were only those who defeated 3 groups of tripping double blades in the new blade battle and obtained 3 or more victories. And those who obtained 3 victories in the new blade battle, Ivanli and Julie, Tachaba, Inya, Kyuju and Kyuju, these 3 pairs of tripping double blades were all on the list. As for Noah, it was even more unavoidable. Among the results announced by the Three Kingdoms, Noah had obtained 7 victories that made the hearts of those who heard it tighten. That was to say, he had defeated 7 sets of tripping double blades. If it wasn't for the appearance of Tsukijiri Hair midway, Ivan, Julie, Tachaba, Inya, who challenged Noah, would definitely have been defeated. Furthermore, on that day, Kyuchi, Tsukijiri, and Tsukijiri Tokisaki would definitely have come looking for Noah. Then, the result would very likely be 10 wins. Today was the day the Three Kingdoms announced for everyone to undergo the Ascension Ritual. Therefore, under the envious gazes of his classmates, Noah and his group went to the place where the sublimation ritual had already been prepared. As soon as they arrived at the scene, Noah and the others saw 2 other acquaintances who had arrived earlier. They were none other than Kijuryu Turyu and Yuami Tokisaki. "Uchi," Juba exclaimed in surprise. "Have you been discharged?" Because of Noah's intervention, only Kue Tokisaki was injured by Suki Tori during the Battle of the New Blades. She was seriously injured and was sent to the hospital. With Kue Tokisaki's injuries, even if he was a rank surpasser and had his recovery enhanced, it shouldn't be enough for him to fully recover from his injuries in just a week. Kue Tokisaki crossed her arms and snorted softly before turning her head away. "I'm not weak enough to be bettered in because of an injury of that level. Let me translate for you." 9 Layers Flow scratched his cheek and said mischievously. According to the translation, because it was embarrassing to lie in bed all the time, he ignored other people's advice and forced himself to leave the hospital. Tisk, Kukui Tokisaki seemed to be extremely unhappy with the 9 Heavens Tokugawa, but he did not refute it. It was obvious that the 9 Heavens Tokugawa was right. Well. Ivanli put his hands behind his back and bent down slightly with a smile. Actually, it's not a bad choice to leave the hospital. If he can successfully pass today's sublimation ritual and ascend to level 2, Thursday Chi classmates' recovery ability will be further strengthened. This way, his injuries will heal faster, right? That's true. Juba nodded. Let's hope you can pass today's sublimation ritual. If your body and spirit don't reach the standard of sublimation, you will fail to sublimate even if you have the chance to go through the sublimation ritual. That was probably what Juba was trying to say. Yeah, the most timid and unconfident person was so nervous that she started sweating. No problem. On the other hand, Julie was the calmest person present. Everyone will definitely be able to successfully ascend. Everyone present nodded their heads and chose to believe in their own abilities. Noah quietly looked at Ninefold Totoro and couldn't help but recall the scene when Ninefold Totoro blocked the attack of Tsukeda Hare in order to protect Kuniyashi Hokasaki. To be more precise, it should be said that he recalled Ninefold Totoro's blaze shield. The type of blaze differed from person to person. Some people were swords. Some people were knives. Some people were bows. Some people were guns. They were all weapons with very simple structures. Without exception, the blaze that had appeared up until now all had two rules. First, the blaze was only a weapon. Second, the structure of the blaze was definitely not too complicated. Because the human soul itself was a very simple existence. It didn't have a complicated shape, nor did it have a complicated structure. Although the form of the shield wasn't complicated, it was still an existence that was beyond the scope of a weapon. For a soul that could only materialize into a weapon, it was already considered a very complicated form. Needless to say, a firearm like the pistol, even if it didn't break away from the scope of a weapon, its structure was so complicated that a simple soul couldn't materialize it. However, there are always exceptions to everything. The Daybreak Star tattoo that was implanted into the Surpasser's body contained the data of almost all weapons since ancient times. And a person's soul would also manifest different forms based on their own experiences, wishes, and other factors. Therefore, the Surpasser's soul would, under the influence of the Daybreak Star tattoo, choose the form most suitable for their existence from the Daybreak Star tattoo and materialize it. As a result, all kinds of different weapons were born. Noah's revolver was, for various reasons, Noah's weapon became the blaze. Even if this kind of example was even rarer than blaze being a pistol or a shield, to the point that it was impossible for anyone to reappear in the past or the future, it still couldn't be treated as an example of blaze having an abnormal form. But the Ninefold Totoro's shield was an exception to the blaze. Noah was a little curious. This guy who was called a special ability, why would the blaze be in the form of a shield? Perhaps this curiosity was because of the so-called same kind that Sakudri Bunny spoke of, but Noah's intuition told him. With the Annihilation Strike as predecessor and the blaze as shield, the future of the 9-layer penetrations would definitely not be simple. After Naz and Rintaro, the Ninefold Totoro was the third person to give Noah a feeling of unlimited possibilities in the future. Just as Noah was thinking about this, a staff member wearing a white coat appeared. "Everyone, please follow me." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and then lined up together. Under the guidance of the staff member wearing the white coat, they walked towards the site of the sublimation ceremony. When a new Daybreak Star tattoo was injected into Noah's body through a special needle-less injection method, Noah only felt his body slightly warm up. Immediately, the pure white star tattoo appeared on his chest and bloomed with a warm flame. Compared to the first time the Daybreak Star tattoo was implanted, it made people feel as if their whole body was burning, but the sublimation ceremony only made people feel this much pain and then nothing else. However, with his unique sensing ability, Noah, who knew his body like the back of his hand, could clearly feel it. His body had undergone a transformation that couldn't be seen from the outside. Chapter 225. Phew. In the corridor, Yu was pressing his chest and letting out a heavy sigh of relief, as if he had just completed a life-threatening operation. It could be seen that a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. It's great to be able to successfully ascend. That's right. Orange Bar also patted his chest. Our daily efforts didn't go to waste. That's great, yeah? Yes. You revealed a happy smile, clearly in a very good mood. If one's body and mind did not reach the standard of ascension, even if they went through the instrument of ascension, they would not be able to successfully ascend. It was precisely because he knew this that Yu was especially happy. Because among the people who received the additional opportunity of the instrument of ascension this time, whether it was physical, mental, or strength, Yu was the weakest. But even so, Yu had successfully ascended and became a level 2 surpasser. How could you not be happy? And even Yu had successfully ascended to level 2, not to mention the others. None of them had a chance of failing. This way, everyone has reached the standard of being promoted to the 2nd grade. Julie tilted her little head, making a jingling sound. It's great that no one has to be expelled. In Howling Academy, there were conditions for being promoted to the next grade. Within a year, when they had to be promoted to the next grade, the students had to successfully ascend, or they would be expelled. In other words, if a 1st grade student wanted to be promoted to the 2nd grade, they had to ascend to level 2, and if a 2nd grade student wanted to be promoted to the 3rd grade, they had to ascend to level 3. At the end of the 3rd grade, they could announce their graduation from Howling Academy and enter the Dawn organization to work. And those present who had successfully ascended to level 2 were equivalent to obtaining a pass to the 2nd grade. In the following year, they would be able to continue studying without any academic burden. But did we really ascend to level 2? Ivanley touched his chest with some uncertainty. It doesn't feel real. Compared to the first time the Daybreak Star rune was implanted, the instrument of ascension was terrifyingly dull. Everyone also felt their bodies heat up after being injected with the new Daybreak Star pattern. Then, they were congratulated by the staff and announced that the upgrade was a success. If that was the case, who would be able to feel anything? Only the silent Noah, who was walking at the back of the group of girls, knew what kind of changes his body had undergone. Due to Noah using his limited ability to suppress all aspects of his strength to the level of Great Eye, this time, Noah could clearly feel the degree of enhancement his body had obtained. That was when he was at Rank Eye. It was a completely different level of enhancement. Using a sentence to describe it, if the level I enhancement is 10, then the level 2 enhancement is definitely not 20. At the very least, it should be 30. In other words, just by raising one level, Noah and the others had obtained several times the enhancement of their level 1. After fully understanding the difference between level 1 and level 2, Noah finally understood what kind of miracle it was for him to be able to defeat the level V Moonlight Glass Rabbit. The higher the level, the greater the gap. That is to say, according to the current enhancement, the level V enhancement was definitely not just 50, it was at least 100. With such a terrifying degree of enhancement, coupled with the Moonlight Glass Rabbit's outstanding physical strength, battle experience, and battle skills, as well as the release of the true strength of the Blaze, the Moonlight Glass Rabbit would be in an invincible position even if it faced 30 level 3. To be able to defeat such an opponent without the exterminating strike and leap, Noah would definitely not be able to accomplish such a feat when he was still at level 1. Since the physical aspect had obtained such a degree of enhancement, then the mental aspect would naturally not be left behind. Just like the physical aspect, the mental aspect had obtained several times the enhancement of level 1. Even Noah's limit, which had entered into a state of self-growth, had also obtained a huge leap in his magical power. Apart from that, even the Blaze had undergone a transformation. For Noah, he could feel that the knight's sword and revolver in the depths of his soul had become even more solid. The sharpness of the knight's sword and the might of the revolver had also been enhanced. Whether it was the physical aspect, the mental aspect, the magical power, or the soul, all the enhancements obtained from the upgraded Daybreak Star pattern were once again stripped away by Noah's special physique, becoming the true strength of Noah. It was impossible for them to disappear when the Daybreak Star pattern left his body. Overall, apart from not obtaining the Blaze, and the limit ability, the instrument of sublimation this time had brought Noah far more benefits than the previous time. If this continued, the benefits that the Daybreak Star pattern would bring to Noah would absolutely reach an unimaginable level. As long as the strength of Noah's various abilities did not reach the limits of the Daybreak Star pattern, suddenly, Noah felt a gaze penetrating through, directly landing on his body. It stared at him without letting go. Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. It was from the outside of the building, through the window, and onto Noah's body. Following his perception ability, Noah followed the gaze and looked out the window, looking at the opposite side. Then Noah saw it. On the top of the opposite building, a young girl stood outside the guardrail. She was not afraid of losing her footing and falling. She stood facing the wind. Her bright blonde hair swayed back and forth in the wind. It was exceptionally eye-catching. The young girl stood there, looking at Noah, as if she had also noticed that Noah had noticed her. For a moment, she seemed to be surprised, but quickly changed her attitude. Undoubtedly, the distance between the building and the opposite building was at least 100 meters. Noah inexplicably understood. At this time, the corner of the young girl's mouth must have curved into a beautiful arc. However, no matter how beautiful that arc was, it could not change the meaning of the other party's mouth curved into an arc. It was as if she had found her prey and would not let it escape. Immediately, the young girl's mouth seemed to slightly wriggle. With such a distance, even if Noah had now reached level 2 and his vision had been strengthened, there was still no way for him to clearly see the shape of the other party's mouth. However, Noah still understood what the other party's wriggling mouth was saying. "Found you." So simple. In the next moment, the blonde girl turned around, leaving behind a beautiful back view, and disappeared from Noah's sight. Noah looked at the top of the building that was already empty. His eyes slowly narrowed. Julie, who was walking in front, found that Noah not only did not follow, but also stood behind. Looking out the window, she suddenly felt quite puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Noah finally reacted. He retracted his gaze and looked at Ivanli, Julie, Tachibana, and who had stopped in their tracks and were looking at him with puzzled gazes. He shook his head gently. "No, it's nothing." After saying that, Noah strode forward, caught up with the group of young girls, and left the scene together with the group of young girls. Noah did not notice. At the same time he left, at the entrance of the opposite building, a young girl with long blonde hair, swaying in the wind, walked out in an unforgettable and confident manner. She raised her head and looked in the direction of where Noah had just been. "Noah Dole, is it?" As if she was reminiscing about the fate of meeting with him, the girl closed her eyes and said these words as if she was intoxicated. "It's slightly different from what I imagined, but it's also more interesting than expected." With that said, the young girl raised her hand and made an aiming gesture. She aimed at the position where Noah had just been, closed one eye, and raised her hand like a gun. The meeting of the exception and the special, I'm really looking forward to it, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.